Reddit, what was the incident at your work? We don't have a big drinking style Christmas party anymore, since one female manager was double teamed at our Christmas party, while a third guy filmed it on his phone. It's just a low-key lunchtime BBQ type of event nowadays. Edit, there were no major repercussions, because it didn't happen at work, or on company time. She did get moved to a different manager's position in a different department, but that's it. Everyone involved is a consenting adult. It just isn't a good look for the department, so they tried, and failed, to sweep it under the carpet. As for the video, you freaking pervs, I'm sure if you want to see a drunk chick get double teamed there are plenty of videos out there. You don't know this woman, so any video of someone you don't know will do. I have never seen the video. I don't know if it made it to the internet or not. My extensive searching turned up nothing. But even if it did, I'm not putting my job on the line for your sweaty, mouth-breathing, lotioned crotch pleasure. I manage a team of people fairly high up in the organization, and I pop around to all different areas in the building for meetings and such. I have an open door policy, and since everybody in my business unit knows who I might get a lot of people stopping me to have a chat and pitch ideas and whatnot. I'm sitting in a meeting one day a few levels down from my own floor, and I begin to feel the rumblings of discontent from my bowels. There isn't long to go, so I clench and tough it out until blissfully the meeting ends. I scoop up my stuff and head out the door, and around the first corner is Tim. Tim was an awkward young man who would stop me often around the place to talk about some idea or discuss company strategy or whatever. I like talking to people around the company, but Tim was just always around to the point where I'd dodge him if I saw him coming. Tim starts rambling about some point of company policy, while at the same time my colon is sounding the emergency self-destruct alarm. I stopped him at the first pause. Tell him that sounds interesting, but I have to run to another meeting on the top floor. Perhaps we could touch base on it later? He looks ecstatic at the opportunity. I turn the corner, zigzag around the foyer and dodge into the bathroom. The bathroom has an odd setup. The cubicles are at the back, but they are arranged around a central point. You can't tell what's occupied unless you walk around to all the doors to look for a vacant one, but the benefit is they don't share any walls, so each one is like its own little island. The bathroom is empty, so I take the one furthest away from the door and release fury. After the initial release, I hear the bathroom door open, and then another cubicle door open and lock. Even though I'm isolated, I reflexively clench up until my primal toilet brain assesses what's going in. I'm waiting to hear something which signals the unspoken agreement that toilet trumpeting may recommence, however nothing appears to be happening. Then I hear the first one. It's the sort of moan you make when you're trying to be quiet but can't. Then comes a few more, some heavy breaths, quiet but echoing around the cubicles. I realize I'm trapped, while someone decides to rub one out, probably an arm's reach away. Uncomfortable is a faking understatement, but I've got no choice but to wait it out. Then the whispering starts. I don't catch what they're saying at first, just a low sort of mumble. Then suddenly there's it is, clear enough to make out come on my face. The awkwardness dial is up to 11. My mind wants me to crawl down the sewer to escape, and that's when I hear yes. Fuck my face, I just eyes everything. Stops. I stop breathing. My heart stops. Everything stops. I recognize the voice. I know what the fuck is going on. That's Tim. That annoying, pops up everywhere guy is jacking off next to me whilst imagining me faking his face. There is nothing that prepares me for what to do in this situation. I'm petrified of doing anything, even though I want to scream and run. Mercifully the whispering has stopped. There is a flush, the cubicle opens and closes, the sound of washing hands, and then the bathroom door, and I'm alone again. I stayed there, not moving for 20 minutes. My phone was lighting up with people trying to get a hold of me, and when I tried to stand up my legs had fallen asleep. I had missed a meeting, and had to explain to my boss what happened. I didn't really, but at that point I really wanted to tell someone. I hadn't had this happen before, he hadn't either. We both just kind of sat there not knowing what to do. We still don't talk about it, but he will occasionally make reference to the incident, just to make sure there hasn't been any problems. It's weird, but there is always this brief pause, and then a nod, and it's like nothing was ever said until next time. Edit/answers. I generally dislike edits, but there seems to be quite a few questions. I'm a guy. Eyes is not what he said. He said my name. Actually the familiar contraction of my name which people often refer to me by, which made it a fact ton more creepy. My boss at the time was the type of old school who wouldn't be caught dead in a strip club, but wouldn't be opposed to visiting a gentleman's club. I don't think he knew how to process it, but he was 100% professional. He had the GM of ours come along to talk about potential risks of Tim possibly pulling a sexual harassment deal later. Little Timmy Fuckface does not work for the organization anymore. Nothing to do with this. He survived this incident fine, but word came down the line to his boss that it would be appreciated if he directed his ideas to somebody else for a while. I have no psychological trauma while defecating from this. It's like being on a plane that crashes and then saying fuck it. What else could happen? Our corporate office is on the 4th floor, while the main store is on the 1st floor. The storefront has no restrooms, just because it's not the kind of place where people will need one. Anyway, someone had directed a customer up to the offices, where she could use the restroom. The double doors to our office burst open and this lady comes running through the lobby and down the hall, leaving a trail of sheet, and a surprisingly huge amount of it. Everyone noticed a horrific smell first, and then the sight of it. It was especially hilarious because we had a Disney Corp in taking a tour of the place. They were ushered into the conference room and someone made the receptionist clean it up. She was crying hysterically. I really can't put into the words the sheer horror for everyone involved, but to this day, no one laughs about it and no one will speak of it. Edit. Lots of comments and PMs about not the kind of place where people will need one. I can't say what the place is, but the storefront is on a major city street. Lots of public restrooms, even one in the main lobby of the building. Restaurants, the works. The lady was mistakenly directed up to our floor. It never should have happened. When I was 17, I worked the egg grill at a big university cafeteria. The grease, oil, and residue from cooking thousands of eggs each weekend would fall into a channel and drain into a removable metal trap about as long as my leg. Each night we'd remove the trap, dump it, and put it back again. Sometimes we'd rinse it too. Anyway, as a new employee I was overly eager to please everyone. I cleaned the trap with scalding hot water and tried to get it as clean as possible. That's when I noticed the trap felt heavier than it ought to be. It was only partially filling up, because at least 2/3 of it was filled with some sort of blockage. So I start banging the trap hard. I keep flushing the top 1/3 with hot water and slamming the trap against the inside of a big garbage pail. Nothing's happening. I keep doing this over and over because little tiny pieces of congealed egg and God knows what else are breaking loose. Finally I slam it once more really hard, this time against the floor. Whatever was blocking the trap broke free, and this horrendous faking grey and black sludge comes pouring out all over the kitchen. Words cannot possibly faking describe it. The smell was like a living, breathing thing, a rancid mixture of purified egg, bacon grease, rotting flesh, and whatever the hell else was in there. It radiated instantly and irreversibly outward, slamming everyone in the kitchen like a punch to the face. I puked first. It wasn't even a question. I don't even think my mind fully realized what had happened. I was just puking my guts out all over the floor in front of me. I dropped the grease trap and turned to run, and 3 other employees were throwing up also. 2 of them into Rubbermaid pails, 1 of them into the sink, where he was washing dishes. People started running for the exits. That's what I remember most. This was at SUNY Stony Brook, on Long Island, and the Cali cafeteria had about 30 plus people working back there at any given time. We all met outside in the parking lot, gasping for air, trying to figure out what to do. No one knew what just went down except for me. They only knew something horrible had happened. When I told them I'd cleared the grease trap, they looked at me horrified. "Nobody cleans that thing, we just dump it," they cried. "We haven't cleaned that thing in faking years." Needless to say I was in charge of the cleanup. It involved a sheet ton of bleach, several trips, and a steam hose. I found out a few more people threw up in the outer areas too, out by the serving lines. One girl threw up into the bowl of salad she was chopping. Anyway, that's my story. Nothing will ever come close to that smell in my entire life, and for that I derive a little bit of comfort. Last week, someone accidentally sent an email intended for like 4 people to 8,800 people, pretty much the entire building. This triggered tons of people replying saying this isn't for me, take me off this email, which then evolved into tons of people emailing quit replying all everyone, which then turned into people sending memes making fun of the entire ordeal. In about an hour, I received 216 emails. 216 emails to 8,800 people is something like 1.9 million emails, not including actual work emails outside of this, that our email server had to process in an hour. To anyone who works at Chrysler Tech Center, Sweet Jeep, Greg. Edit. Wow. This got more attention than I thought it would. I received questions about the Sweet Jeep, Greg. Quote. So I thought I'd explain. A guy named Greg was one of the very first to respond to the email explosion, and he has a little two-dimensional picture icon thing of a Jeep in his email signature, which consequently was on nearly every email from then on. It was after about the first 150 emails. People were getting pretty agitated when some brave soul replied, all commenting on it by saying, "Sweet Jeep, Greg." It was the faking funniest email of all, and I completely lost it at my desk. Second place goes to he replied all to tell people not to reply all. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Christ, working retail, we've got quite a few of them just at our store. Some of the TLDR versions are a supervisor following an ex-manager to a different state and killing her, a guy that lit the bathroom on fire in an attempt to get out of work for the day because his girlfriend invited him swimming, an employee tried to hang himself in the customer bathroom, an employee sheeting their pants, removing their boxers, and proceeds to throw them away in the employee bathroom. 2 female employees were unfriendly toward one another outside of work, and one sprays another with pepper spray in the break room. Edit. Now that I've got some free time, here are the longer versions. Also, since some of you have asked, I'm a Christmas tree shop's supervisor in New England. Edit 2. The pants pooper has confessed, /u/Calcon30 has admitted his guilt. Proof. Main Jerks supervisor, one of the old supervisors, before I started working there, had a thing for one of the managers. It got to the point where everyone knew, and it got extremely weird and creepy. After this going on for a bit and him being rejected once, the manager moved out to another state to work for another one of the stores. This guy followed her to the next state, followed her, entered her car, stabbed her, threw her body in a field, and stole the car. He was caught very shortly after. Woes of summer. There was a guy the first week I started working there that was a little dim. He wasn't a bad guy, just a tad sleazy and not bright. So, one day his girlfriend asks him if he wants to go swimming, because she was going very shortly. He was not even midway through the shift at this point, and in his mind he begins thinking of what he can do to go home. Instead of just saying he wasn't feeling well or finishing the goddamn shift, he thinks, hey, maybe if I line the bathroom in toilet paper and light it up I can go home. So that's what he does. He lights the bathroom on fire. The alarms go off, all the employees and customers, and confused at this point, and start to leave. Then our almighty Lord and Savior store manager tells everyone it's a faking drill and it's okay, while the bathroom is still on fire, and proceeds to turn off the alarm. Well, when the fire and police department started showing up, he gets torn a new hole by the fire marshal, and then after a quick look on the cameras, lo and behold, Mr. Poolgoer was termed on the spot. Suicide. There's not much to this one. Again, it was before my time, but an employee was super depressed and wanted to end it, so he decided the best place to go would be the stall in the men's bathroom. He didn't succeed, and has now thankfully gotten some help. Shitty days. After store hours, one of our janitors were going through the trash again. They normally clean them once all the customers are gone, and once more before leaving. So, this janitor smells something a little odd. After taking the garbage out of the pail, right at the top are a pair of shitty boxes. He cleans it up and continues cleaning. At the end of the night, when we have our daily little meeting, after myself and the manager are done speaking, Mr. Janitor says, oh, by the way, one of your left shitty drawers in my garbage pail. We all laugh a bit, and he explains that after we close some sheet themselves, toss the underwear, and are running around commando. No one ever fessed up. The most wonderful time of the year. Two of our Christmas associates had a problem with one another outside of work before their hiring. After working together for a bit, the two made this apparent. Snaky remarks here, and fiery glares there and no forth. One day though two went on break together. They got into an argument in the break room, and after getting into it a bit, one of them took out pepper spray and unloaded on the other employee. We found out after she came out screaming. This was at a shitty place I used to work at, but happened before my time there. Indian boss is overly paranoid that all his employees are stealing from him, so all cash transactions must go through him, and he just keeps all the cash in his pockets, usually thousands of dollars. He hires a warehouse employee for a few days, and because the boss is a asshole, fires him. Employee comes back a day or two later, and robs him at gunpoint. During the robbery, the employee points a shotgun at his head, and says give me the money. This 65-year-old Indian gently pushes gun from his head, and says in broken English do not do this. Robber then points the gun at the pregnant receptionist. He hands over the money. As soon as the robber leaves, instead of waiting around for the cops, he jumps in his Benz and follows them, at high speeds, until the robbers crash. Driver is knocked unconscious, employee shatters his leg. Cops show up, and the employee is sitting on the ground handcuffed. Cops ask my boss to identify him. Boss said he can't, because the employee is sitting down, and makes them stand him up on a shattered leg. Employee got something like 15 years. Driver got 5. Edit. Fixed it to clarify the end. My company does a lot of work with very high pressure valves, so naturally there are some incidents. Fairly recently, my boss and I were trying to switch out a valve, while some other guys were running a test on the other side of the room. Normally this wouldn't have been a problem, because there is a gate that shuts off water to one side of the testing facility. But this time there was some sort of mistake and the gate wasn't closed. It read closed. The handle that closed it had somehow broken from the gate, so the handle could read closed, but the gate was still fully open. So my boss and I started to change the valve by undoing these massive 1-inch bolts that connect the valve to the pipe. These bolts are not easy to remove, and we have to work as a team to get them off. There are bolts and I think we get 8 of them off when the emergency exit pipe starts to gush a fairly substantial amount of water. I ask my boss if that is supposed to happen. He replies it's not, and he runs over to the gate to see if it's open. It read closed, but he can't see inside the pipe. He said something about there being leftover water in the pipe and then starts to open a runoff gate. I was about to ask him if I was supposed to put the bolts back on when I was heard something that sounded like a gunshot. The rubber seal of the valve popped out, and I was hit by a huge spout of water right in the chest and thrown backwards into wall. Edit. After getting thrown back into the wall I was substantially bruised, but suffered no real injury. In fact, I ended up being extremely lucky. If I had loosened more bolts there is a chance that the entire valve might have popped off and done some serious damage to my torso. Edit 2. TLDR. I was working on a valve on a pipe. The valve seal burst. I was thrown into a wall. I survived while I lay against the wall, dazed. Water was still shooting out and soaking me, the wall, and $200,000 plus worth of flow control electronics. My boss was smart and dexterous enough to leap a 4-foot pipe and slam the emergency stop button. It cut off the water and prevented any serious electronic failure. The work still tells this story as a warning for new employees about both the dancer of water and what to do if things are going wrong. I work for Autoliv, a major manufacturer of automobile safety devices, primarily airbags. We have a lot of on-site recycling facilities and processes, one of which takes the fired igniters out of used airbags to be recycled for parts, but first has to be cooked in a giant furnace to set off any remaining unfired explosives. We also do this for competitors, to help them save money and to make us money. Long story short, we received some igniters we don't normally see or process. They ended up going off while being carried to the oven, set off a chain reaction, and blew a hole in the side of the building. Only one guy was injured, minor burns with temporary hearing loss. I was working down the hill in another building, about 0.25 mile away, and it sounded like a jet breaking the sound barrier right overhead twice in less than a second. We'll post pictures later. Edit. http imga.com/b780w7c. Edit 2. The buildings are all built as such to release pressure through the walls, for these exact reasons. The cause was due to an igniter they were not used to handling, more sensitive. Guy was walking with tray full and one went off. This incident was 8 or so months in the making. So I worked at a fast food place for most of my time in high school, and was/am considered one of the more trustworthy and responsible workers. So in December I come back to work from university, and there's a new girl, new to me, hired in October-ish. Nothing out the ordinary, there's always a lot of turnover. Well, I work and nothing particularly memorable happens. I go back to uni. Every time I come back from school she's still working, and by the time spring break came she was a manager. This was very quick for the store I worked at, so something was off. Well, when I came back to work in the summer, I found out the new manager, Beachface, was dating our district manager/supervisor that nobody really liked. That explains a quick promotion and getting whatever she wanted. So let me explain how bad a manager she was. When she was working she would yell at everyone to make sure they did not have their phones, and then promptly get on hers for the next hour. She would berate people and make fun of employees in a mean way. She always said she was messing with them. It wasn't mutual. She was rude and sharp with customers. Generally always was just a massive bitch. For me, an incident happened one night. She starts yelling at me, particularly for not having my phone in the phone box. I said it was in my car. It wasn't. Everybody kept them on them. She yelled at me to go get it from my car. I did. Around the time when she needed to be giving breaks, I asked her when I would be getting my break because I was hungry. She yelled, "I'm a manager, you're not. I won't answer any break questions." I said I just wanted to know because I was hungry and it was getting close to a time where we couldn't get breaks. She yelled, "I will figure this out. I'm a manager, I know what I'm doing." I said something sarcastic under my breath and she flipped sheet and sent me on break. Fast forward later on, I have my phone because I took it on break. Her boyfriend, the DM, comes to give us lettuce and we get slammed busy. By the time the rush is over I have to piss real bad. I go run to the bathroom and piss and check my phone. I have a text from an unknown number. I answer it asking who this is. About 10 minutes later, the DM, who had left a while ago, is on the phone looking for me. I answer, and guess what? It was him that had texted me to try and catch me on my phone. Anyways, that was an incident with me where I almost walked out. Now for the incident, Paresi. So in September, Beachface and EM break up because she cheated on him again. So she still works there and ends up getting moved 10 minutes down the road to another store. At that store she ends up getting fired. The incident is the reason why. This is, more or less, hearsay from other workers and managers. Anyways, so she apparently tried to fuck one of the cooks at work, like physically there. That didn't go through, so she goes and tells another girl working there to eat her out. This girl says, "No, bitch, you're too loosey goosey." Beachface then tells a general manager that this girl asked her to eat her out. This gets the girl talked to in regards to being potentially fired for this. The DM says, if this really happened then the girl will get fired immediately. So, Beachface goes to talk to the girl after work and tells her that if she gets fired for this, Beachface will pay for her rent/utilities/needs. Well, this girl has her phone on recording this, and it gets to the DM who fires Beachface. Everyone was satisfied. Damn, that was long. TLDR, Beachy manager dates district manager, cheats, tries to get with another girl and gets fired. The incidents were plentiful. I worked an after-school program with middle school kids when in college. It paid well and worked well with my class schedule. I was a teacher's assistant/tutor. Middle school kids can be hell. I like to think that job partly dissuaded me from being a teacher. Had a student threaten to bring a gun in and kill me. Call me brave, but I didn't take him seriously. The staff was not amused. They took a gun threat seriously. Turned into a huge ordeal. Parent and teacher meeting. Girl student didn't like that I was making her do her homework, and because she was being disruptive reprimanded her and didn't allow her free time. After work apparently she told her father I was picking on her and made her cry in front of the class. Her dad waited for me in the parking lot to fight me when I got out of work. A teacher and another employee had to step in and talk him down. Nearly got fired cause a student was playing dumb and not following directions. I told him to not act stupid when I knew he understood me. Student tells my supervisor and nearly gets me fired cause he twisted words to say I was demeaning him and saying he was stupid and never amount to anything. AWW, the joy of that job. A while back, I apprenticed at a small furniture workshop for a few months. The total number of employees was 4, the boss/head woodworker, myself, a night shift finishing pro who I've never met, and the general laborer. The entire workshop was cluttered on a good day and downright treacherous on a bad one, but somehow things got done. One day we are rolling out the fruit of 2 weeks hard work, a complete kitchen set in rich natural rosewood. Kind of a traditional Asian aesthetic sort of thing. Lots of delicate little crossbeams I had to hand sand one by one. We wrap individual segments in moving blankets and ready them for loading into the company truck, and then disaster strikes. I hear sounds of argument from inside the workshop, and the general laborer comes rushing out of the workshop. I only learned the details later, but apparently, our boy was good friends with the Colombian dancing dust and got caught snorting a bump right off one of the workbenches. Boss tells him to get his stuff and get out immediately, which sends him into a frothing rage. He grabs a sledgehammer and goes to town on the kitchen pieces, annihilating 2 weeks and several $1,000s worth of work. This is when I learned an important lesson. Never fuck with a man's creations, especially if they put bread on his table. Boss threw a heavy spanner in the newly unemployed cokehead's face, knocked him the hell out. That was around the time that I realized woodworking may not be for me after all. Only stayed around long enough to finish remaking the kitchen set, and for the boss to find a replacement for me. Guy gets a DUI one night. In the army, well, in my unit, this means his chain of command all the way up the company goes to see the brigade sergeant major. This isn't a really rare occurrence, but if you get a DUI you're more or less regarded as a sheet bag, and you're gonna get kicked out. Fast forward a few months. Guy's separation paperwork is close to done, and he should be out soon. We have a training rotation across the country coming up, and the commander needs a driver. We don't have enough bodies, so the commander works a deal out to save him from separation if he'll drive for him in the training exercise. Deal is done. Guy is a fairly seasoned soldier and has a combat deployment under him and does really well at the exercise. Even gets an award and people have changed their mind on him. Weekend after getting back from training exercise, Guy drives drunk around post, drifting and drag racing and doing dumb shit in his Mustang. He loses control and drives through a fence and hits a particularly expensive military vehicle. MPs are called and arrive at the scene. They try to arrest him, but he sucker punches one in the jaw, breaking the guy's jaw and his hand. Other MP tackles him and he goes to jail. Same situation as the first paragraph happens again, and Sunday night he is released from jail and is told to show up Monday morning. He doesn't show up Monday morning. His leadership goes to his barracks room. Place is ransacked. Guy went AWOL. They wait a few days. The guy updates his Facebook with his new location and pictures of him. This goes on for a couple months. Guy's stepmother drives him from Kentucky to Wyoming, where his father is going to sneak him into Canada. Father is drunk and can't drive and refuses to help at all. Stepmother starts fighting father. Cops get called to the house. Guy goes to hide in the house. Cops defuse the domestic violence situation and take the father into his house. They hear rustling in the attic and the guy falls through the ceiling right in front of the cops. Last I heard he's doing time at a military jail somewhere. One jackass was able to shut down the exchange servers by simply sending an email. I remember it like it was yesterday. It's around 9 AM and I get an email from someone I don't know that says you have been given access to this SharePoint. Yada yada. Now, as a lowly intern, I didn't know what this SharePoint was for, or if I needed access or not, so I shrugged and moved on with my work life. Then the email started. This motherfucker decided to forward this email to a corporate distribution list of about 10,000 people. People started replying all out of habit. to tell him that they wanted to be removed from this SharePoint or that they didn't know what this SharePoint was. My boss and I are just sitting here, looking at our monitors, cracking up at the emails coming in. About an hour later, and they are still flowing. As time goes on, the emails get more and more pissed off. People replying all saying, "Stop replying all," and clearly not helping the situation. After about 2 to 3 hours, the exchange team shut the server down to clear the emails waiting to be sent. I had about 400 in my inbox, so that means at a minimum 4 million emails were sent out in the span of about 2.5 hours. No work was done that morning. It was great. The serial piper. I worked in a warehouse style office for 3 years, just a big room with rows of workstations that sat about 300 employees. There were 2 bathrooms, one on either side. Bathroom 1 was along one of the main walls, highly visible and trafficked, whereas bathroom 2 was at the end of a short hallway, so a little hidden. Anyway, one day someone discovers that the women's bathroom 2 has sheet smeared all over the walls. Story gets around. People don't know what to make of it. The variations of the story are anywhere between miss the toilet a bit and deliberate sheet smearing. Then a few weeks later, it happens again. And again. It became clear that the sheet was being smeared all over the walls on purpose. We had big floor meetings with management and the on-site nurse/wellness coordinator, and it was very interesting to see how they tried to cast it. The nurse asking anyone that, if they had a medical issue that was causing this, they could see her in confidence about it. Needless to say, no one came forward. Later on, it happens again. The pooper got more brazen. Bathroom 1 was it. No one knew how they managed to ensure that this heavily populated bathroom was empty for long enough to do the deed, but I suppose at that point the pooper worked pretty quickly after all that practice. It was only ever the women's restroom though, and everyone had their theory, but women outnumbered men by 4 to 1 at this office, so there was a big pool of suspects. It got so bad that the president of the company flew down all the way from New York to give the entire office a talking to. It was pretty embarrassing just to be associated with the office that had the serial pooper, but it was hilarious to see how mad the president got. Eventually it stopped for a while, and there were several rounds of layoffs, so everyone assumed the pooper was one of them. But then it happened again, but this was the last time as far as I know. It was pretty quiet for about a year with no poop strikes, and then I got laid off last August. I never found out who the pooper was. If management found out and fired the person, they never let on who it was. It was kind of a terrible place to work, and I was not very happy about being let go, though I hear they are closing down next March, so I'm hoping the pooper is still there, laying low, waiting to do some kind of last day on the job magnum opus. A little late, but I love telling this story whenever I can. We work in crews of about 15 to 20 people. Day crew and night crew. Travel all over. Anyways, we were in a city about 90 minutes away from our shop. Stayed at this hotel often, but we stay at another hotel now since the incident. The night crew was done work early on a Friday and the day crew was already at a bar for supper. Night crew joined them, and they were having some drinks. Some people went back to the hotel, some kept drinking. A few of them were alcoholics and cokeheads. About 6 guys ended up getting extremely drunk, including a supervisor, and they all hopped into his truck and were doing donuts in a parking lot with music blaring. Eventually the cops came. Supervisor was arrested for drunk driving, and the rest walked back to the hotel. The rest of the story is put together by as much as the perpetrator could remember, and by the other 2 co-workers seen by looking into his room. The one guy goes to bed loaded drunk. Says he had a dream he was pissing himself. Woke up and felt his underwear was soaked, so he figured he pissed himself. Tosses his underwear off, and it lands on the heater, which is on full blast, because it's the middle of winter. He wakes up again to the smell of burning sheet. He didn't piss himself. He sheet the bed, and has since been rolling around in his own sheet. Realizes what he did, and still has to sheet some more. Rolls out of bed, stumbles around and ended up sheeting on the heater some more. Eventually starts making his way to the bathroom while covered in sheet and getting sheet on everything in the room that he stumbles into. Eventually gets to the shower and got sheet all over the mirror, counter, floor, tore down the shower curtain. Carpet was packed with sheet. It was like the chocolate bar bathroom scene from Dumb and Dumber 2. It's been like 3 years since then, and we still call him Poopy Bum. He never got fired because he's related to some of the supervisors and a manager. The next day, one of the guys who wasn't a drinker got up early to go get the supervisor out of jail. As he was leaving his room, he got a call from a manager and they asked him if he was the one who shit all over his room. Shit all over my room? No. I'm going to get the supervisor out of jail. Supervisor in jail? What the fuck went on up there last night? I used to work in a mental health facility, so I have literally hundreds. However, I'll pick one of my favorite feel-good moments. I absolutely guarantee it's worth the read. We had a client come in after a suicide attempt. She was severely depressed and had attempted to kill herself by driving her little Vespa into a bridge railing. She flew off the bridge and landed in the river below, which flowed through a large park in the middle of town. A guy who was walking by with his mother saw this happen and jumped in the water and carried her to shore. While waiting for the ambulance, she kept telling the guy to put her back into the water, to let her drown. He, of course, refused and started talking to her about how much her family would miss her if she died, etc. She lived, minor injuries, and went into therapy, which is where I met her and heard her story. About a week later, we had another depressed guy come in for therapy. While talking with him, he told me that what made him seek therapy was that he had been walking in the park with his mother, telling her how depressed he was and how he'd been thinking about suicide a lot lately, when a lady flew off the bridge and he jumped in the river to rescue her. Talking the lady out of suicide made him realize that he needed help as well. I have a lot of awful heartbreaking stories from that job, but that one never fails to cheer me up. The director of our college center pulled one of our counselors into her office to explain a dream she'd had. In this dream, God came to talk to the director and said that the counselor was a liar and not trustworthy. The director then informed the counselor that for this reason, she would never trust her again and would be watching all her work like a hawk and would be taking away some of her responsibilities because of a dream. Keep in mind, the counselor is easily the most effective worker in that office and is very competent at her job. So the counselor made a complaint. Naturally, when ours called the director about the complaint, she lost it. She called the counselor into the office and started screaming at her. She cornered each of us individually and asked what we knew about this complaint. She made her own complaint that we were all out to get her and making things up to get her fired. She screamed at us for about 30 minutes until we all collectively decided to go home and let her dig her own grave. Because we work for the government, this didn't get her fired right away. It took ages to process that, about 3 months, before she finally left. In those 3 months she began to bully us and try to get all the contractors in trouble for problems that she had created. The office has been crazy lady free for about 3 weeks. It's been amazing. When I was 14, I spent the Christmas season of 1997 working retail at a Toys R Us that was plagued by a phantom cheater. Our staff forensics department determined that he would go into the bathroom, cheat on the lid of a toilet, and flip it up at full force, sending it all over the walls of the store and the ceiling. We also had a mentally ill maintenance guy who would loudly proclaim that he wouldn't be purchasing Tomb Raider 2 until a nude patch was released, and proudly showed off his membership card for some sort of cuckolding club, where he would stunt dick for what I have to assume were very depressing couples. It was his job to clean up after the phantom cheater. In just 1 month, said cheater had struck at least 5 times, taking an obvious toll on maintenance guy. Gone were the awkward conversations about questionable news graphs, or how he wouldn't fuck Alicia Silverstone because she seemed stuck up. All focus was on the cheater and how elaborately he would torture and murder the cheater should he catch him. He don't give a fuck about prison. The attacks escalated into the height of Christmas spending, the time when the store overwhelmingly pays for the entire rest of the year. Amidst throngs of entitled Northern Virginians fighting over Tickle Me Elmas in the parking lot, and the demands of neckbeards in search of a rare triple variant, the cheater would strike like a pipe bomb. Corporate escalated the situation, calling in a senior loss prevention team who installed a camera above the bathroom door. The maintenance guy was the cheater. A guy used a fitting room as his blue job palace. My ex-girlfriend worked at a major retailer in a mall. One day she and a co-worker clue into the fact that a man walked into the store, didn't pick up any clothes to try on, and went straight back to the fitting rooms. They were busy with customers and couldn't go check on him right away. A few minutes later he came out of the fitting room area, threw a paper in the trash, and walked quickly out of the store. Since he didn't take any merch with him into the rooms, they figured it was weird, but not a theft, so they didn't investigate. A few minutes later another man comes in and goes straight to the fitting rooms, again not taking any clothes with him. My ex's coworker decides to check the trash for the paper the first guy had thrown out. The paper was basically a very explicit online ad stating that a man would be waiting in the last fitting room on the right from 2 to 4 p.m. willing to suck any dick that walked through the door. They called mall security, but the second man had left by the time security got there. Security went to the last stall and found a man hiding. Security walked him out. He smiled at my ex and her co-worker and left without any further incident. Ex and her co-worker agreed to clean the room together because they assumed it would be a huge mess. But it was clean when they got there. When she told me, I remarked that it sounds like he wasn't a spitter. Took her a moment. My ex didn't have access to the cameras, but her store manager told her after reviewing that there were at least 5 men who had gone to the fitting rooms without clothes to try on after the offender had entered and set up shop. I used to sell insurance. It was a small office, 0.5 people total. One of the agents was a divorced woman in her mid-30s. She had a boyfriend, but they were always on again off again, and she was always talking about how horny she was. As a gag gift, I bought her a vibrator. So we were chasing each other around the office with it, laughing and having a grand old time. It got put down on another coworker's desk. Now picture a small office desk with the normal things on it: stapler, tape, cup of pens, PC, etc. point and a pretty large black vibrator with a shiny gold tip. A customer comes in to buy a home awareness policy and the producer has the person, a woman, go sit down at the desk. Now as soon as they sat down he saw it there, but at that point it was too late. It could not be missed. The rest of us realized what was happening and completely lost our sheet. I have no idea how he made it through the transaction without laughing, but he did. The customer never said anything, but I'm sure she tells the story of buying an insurance policy with a vibrator on the desk. TLDR, put vibrator on coworker's desk, and he sold an insurance policy to someone with it in plain sight. This happened at my old workplace, but the incident involved myself. I used to work for a sketchy company that did photography/printing work for specific groups. If I was more detailed it would give it away. There's only about 3 companies in this particular industry. There was a high turnover for graphic designers. They laid everyone off for a few months in the summer and winter to classify everyone as seasonal employees and spent ridiculous amounts of money on stupid stuff that everyone could see while paying the bare minimum to employees. Anyway, one day the big boss wants me to take a PC from his apartment above the business. The owners are a husband and wife that routinely would insult employees and demand they do things well outside their job function. They had the janitor clean their cat litter box, made me install a stereo system they bought from Best Buy, and made the manager take their dogs outside, to name a few things. So I go ahead and take the PC from upstairs and bring it to the lab to set up. I'm working on cleaning off files and installing the bootleg Photoshop. I was hired to be involved with the printing, but they pushed me to do all the work for the business too. They had disputes with Adobe and a few other companies and they wouldn't sell to us, so I had to use pirated software to load onto all the PCs. I didn't approve of it, but I needed the money, so I kept my mouth shut. As I'm checking out the files I find a folder full of what appears to be my overweight, gross old boss taking pictures of his dick. I'm disgusted and I kind of made a big deal about it, so several of the graphic designers knew about the pictures too. I was already sick of this job, so at this point I tell the manager that I'm uncomfortable working there anymore and I don't want to see the boss at all, and this is my 2-week notice. Not 20 minutes later, I'm called into the office and the boss starts screaming at me about these allegations and that he's going to fucking destroy me for this and he'll take everything I own. He fancies himself as a big shot with all these connections, but I kind of doubt it. We get into a yelling match, and he fires me. Everyone in the building at this point has heard what went down and are in shock. I get taken to my desk to collect my things, then I left. I found out from a friend that worked there that once I was gone, they called the police and told them I might be a threat to the business. The police never checked with me, so I don't know how seriously they took it. They also wanted to deny my unemployment, but I was also friends with the head of accounting, and she kept the paperwork out of their hands long enough for it to be approved. TLDR. Found gross dick pics of my boss on a work PC, got upset about it. He fired me for being uncomfortable with seeing his dung. I worked for a company that did in-home security consultation/construction. Our service was extremely expensive and most of our clients were incredibly wealthy people with beautiful homes. Our staff, including the owner, never exceeded 10 people. We only worked with people who had specific military/federal experience and appropriate security clearances until we hired Chris. Chris was the obnoxious, unqualified friend of one of our more senior guys who needed a job. The last company he worked for went out of business, which should have tipped me off. Against my better judgment, I cast my vote in favor of giving Chris a chance. I found out the next day that Chris was a complete faking idiot. 2 weeks later it was clear he would never be able to handle a solo consult, which basically meant he could tag along and say stupid things, sweep the floors, make coffee, answer the phone, etc. Which is great, until you realize you have to cut into your profit share to pay him to do things that our secretary did for us, only she was hot and didn't say stupid things. The incident occurred in the fall, which pisses me off to this day because fall is my favorite season. Our hot secretary had rescheduled one of my consults because a very good repeat client had an emergency. I took off to handle the emergency and Chris stayed behind to sweep and make tinted hot water. I returned from the emergency, satisfied with how it was resolved, to Chris pacing around the conference room with toilet paper and wet wipes shoved down his sheet-stained carcass. Chris had decided to pull a solo consult without anyone's permission to prove himself. Before his consult he had drank some of our coffee. We tend to drink the motor oil variety, black with extra black, boiled down to increase potency. Chris showed up to the consult and sat down on the client's living room couch. Client left to get Chris a drink, and he thought it would be a great idea to blast a massive fatched out rather than excuse himself when the client got back. So he did. And he sheet the couch and the carpet in the bathroom floor and managed to get some on the doorknob on the way out. He literally just ran. Didn't say anything to the client. Just ran. I called a professional cleaning service and headed to the client's house. They were confused, disgusted, and in awe. I was in awe too. The distribution of sheet in that house was unreal. We ended up doing a free consult, replaced the couch, replaced the doorknob, power washed the sidewalk, paid the cleaning company, and did construction/installation/instruction at cost. All said and done, Chris cost us over $100,000. To this day, I can't figure out why Chris didn't stop by his house on the way back to our office to change his clothes. It was on the way. Instead, he opted to walk around his sheet-stained clothes with TP and towelettes shoved down his pants until I returned from the clusterfuck and fired him. Weird guy. We called him the pooper. Every day by 2 p.m., someone would come up to tell us the men's restroom toilet was clogged. It looked as if someone put a half a roll of TP in the toilet. On top of that would be more poop than I thought one person could poo in one go, and then the other half of the roll of TP on top of that. Our maintenance guy was the one to have to clean it up. By Friday, he was straight pissed, as were all of us. A nice little combo of pissed and amazed really. Saturday comes along, and the maintenance dude isn't there, so I get a call that the toilet is clogged again and nobody could find the plunger. For the first and hopefully last time I had to say, I guess you'll have to get the gloves. Needless to say, by Monday we were ready to hunt this dude down. Thankfully we are really slow on weekends, so we were able to watch the security cameras and narrow down our search on this poopy culprit. There he was. Early 20s, 5 feet 8, huge bushy mustache. His image was held on that monitor for a few days. I knew who it was too. He'd get a coffee right after and leave like nothing ever happened. Every time an employee would come in, I'd rush them over to his mug and say, "We know who the pupper is." Wednesday comes along, and who do I see strutting towards the bathroom at approximately 12 p.m? The pupper. I text one of my employees who is on alert, and she rushes over to tell the maintenance guy. He's been ready for this day. I don't think I've ever seen him run so fast. He gets to the bathroom and says, "Hey man, our toilets have been clogging every day because people have been using too much TP." The pupper just grunts out an okay, and that was that. We never saw him again for the rest of the year. His jig was up. I'm surprised our maintenance guy didn't curse him out, but I guess it wasn't necessary. Now, here we are, a year later, and he finally showed up again. This time he shaved his mustache, but I'll never forget that face. I guess he knows we are still on to him, because I rushed to check the bathroom after he left and everything was as it should be. I guess the pupper is wrecking someone else's toilets now. I work in a family-owned home security and automation company based out of Texas. We install everything from CCTV and alarms to smart homes and THX certified theaters. Trying to keep it brief, we pulled into a customer's home around 8 or 9 in the morning, and my boss went in to read over the contract with the price, job specification, and a breakdown of why the price is what it is with the client. Some background. This client, besides clearly having a faking ton of money, has been super sketchy ever since they first called us. They'd rarely answer calls. They'd agree on a date for the installation and then cancel hours before we arrived, and so on, so forth. Now my boss comes back out, and he's clearly annoyed. The client hassled him a bit, but he gave us a list of equipment to install, simple automation job, and we went on our way. Flash forward, job's done. Coworker and I are faking around to kill time while my boss finishes off the payment when he practically kicks down the door and tells us to get all of our sheet out of the house. We tell him the truck's loaded and ready to leave, and he practically sheet and yells at us to rip everything we had just installed out of the walls. Now keep in mind, I said simple automation job, as in it's nothing too crazy, simple components, all smartphone controlled, but there is still a ton of sheet that we are now excavating from this client's house, and we don't intend to patch up the drywall for sheet. Coworker and I are having a field day while we can hear my boss loudly arguing with the client. Couldn't make out what, under the account, that we are ripping sheet left and right out of this guy's server closet. The massive escapade is over, everything, and truthfully some things we couldn't really remember if we installed or not, is loaded back in the truck when my boss finally gets in and we get the hell out of there. A good ways away, it's safe to ask my boss about what the hell just happened, and he gives me the monstrous breakdown. Boss sits down, gets all the way through the contract with mild resistance from the client about why he needed various pieces of equipment, and finally gets to the price. The client doesn't seem bothered, reads it back to my boss, and signs his name saying he agrees. Comes time to collect payment, and this guy backs out. He starts yelling and getting visibly pissed with my boss, claiming that he didn't agree to this price, and it wasn't his signature on the document. My boss keeps trying to calm the nutcase when the guy threatens to report him from fraud. My boss, being the ingenious asshole he is, tells him that won't be a problem, we'll just take it all back out. TLDR, dude tried to scam my boss for discounted/free service and equipment. Boss decides to rip it all out and leave him with Swiss cheese for walls. A little late to the party, but I have an incident from my former job that takes the cake. Last work day before holiday, CEO takes everyone out for drinks, which is about 15 of us, to the bar next to the office. The new hire is this little red-headed receptionist. We get her drunk. And by that, I mean we asked if she would like a drink, and she got herself hammered. Fast forward an hour, CEO goes back over to the office to finish up some paperwork. I'm getting tipsy with my staff, all is well. At one point, someone notices that the receptionist is nowhere to be seen. We look around the bar, which is dark, and finally spot her, banging the head of it. And I don't mean they were fooling around or making out, I mean they were faking. In a bar, at a company event, in the middle of the day, she was riding this nerd like he was Seattle Slew in the home stretch of the Preakness. Bounce, 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 up and down she goes on his lap. Q 20 minutes later. They're still faking. We started taking bits and complimenting the head of it for his amazing sexual endurance. At this point, the CEO comes back into the bar, looking specifically for the receptionist and the head of it. It's like he was psychic. Nope, not psychic. The CEO had to come back to the bar because the receptionist's husband came to the office looking for her. He knew she had gotten out early, knew she was drinking, and apparently knew how she gets when she drinks because he was pissed. He pounds on our office door, screaming. The CEO had to hightail it out the back door. So when the CEO gets back to the bar and asks us directly where those two are, we sheepishly point to the back of the dance floor, where they are still going at it. The CEO has to literally pull these two apart like rutting dogs on the lawn and tell her to get dressed and get fo. And that was the last time we had alcohol at a company function. She got fired, and he would have fired the head of it, but you just can't do that at a software company and expect the business to survive. TLDR, it's good to be in it. A few stories. The vice president of my old work, an animal shelter, got plastered and gave the executive assistant's husband a lap dance at the Christmas party's after party. A previous medical director went off the deep end and was showing signs of dementia and they were working him over to retirement. He always had a backpack with him. One day the backpack zipper breaks and dead, mostly frozen, cats and kittens fall out. He was taking home the dead cats to do necropsies at home, apparently. A vet hospital I worked at in high school had been very weird with the previous owner. He had Alzheimer's and had a group of friends that would still bring their pets in, and he would recommend questionable surgery or medication or what have you for often non-existent ailments. His wife wouldn't ever charge exams and none of the procedures or meds were actually done. The pets were all under the care of another vet, but it was just his friend's way of keeping his spirits up by continuing a facade where he thought he was still working. Halloween night, we had a client call who had been grooming their dog, a lab, in the dark. Turns out he severed the artery and there was a heavy, pulsing spray of blood. It took 4 hours to clean the clinic and the sidewalks. His car had heavy blood spray on all the windows, seats, console, all of the lining. You could see where he had wiped the blood from the windshield in order to drive. The dog was just so dumb and happy he wouldn't stop frantically wagging his tail. One day the FBI showed up at work and started taking pictures of everything on a guy's desk. They would open a drawer, take a picture, move a piece of paper, take a picture, on and on. Various managers were shuffled into conference rooms and there was a lot of commotion. They ended up sealing his cubicle with some of that crime scene tape you see in the movies and there was a sign posted indicating nobody was to enter. Turns out the guy was committing financial fraud by creating fake companies in the accounting system and then paying those companies for services rendered. The problem is, he set up some of the bank accounts for these fake companies in bordering states, which meant it was a federal crime since it crossed state lines. He ended up being arrested and charged with several counts of wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering, etc. The thing is, the guy was a super nice and friendly guy and always had a joke to tell. He ended up working some sort of plea deal to pay back what he stole, and he was given house arrest and probation. Before he went to trial he managed to find another job, since he wasn't yet convicted of a crime, but once he was featured on the local news and was in the paper, that company fired him immediately and stated they could not have a felon working for them. For obvious reasons he had a hard time finding a job after this, so a friend of his went out on a limb for him and offered him a great job. He was at a respected company making good money again, and thus he felt the proper response to this was to do it again. So yay, he was arrested again for embezzlement and bank fraud. The second time they weren't as lenient with him due to his prior convictions. So this time he ended up in prison. His wife left him and took the kids. He lost his house. His family all but disowned him, and he had a unique enough name that anytime you would Google his name, that was the first story you would see. I have no idea whatever happened to him since he got out of prison. A few coworkers have spotted him around town and his name pops up every now and then. To this day it was the craziest thing to ever happen. I've known a handful of people to get fired, but his was the most interesting by far. Work Christmas party. keep in mind that this is a software company with engineers and computer scientists and some sales, not oil rigs or anything. Executive assistant and her diminutive boyfriend decided to get massively coked out before showing up. They're a fireball of obnoxious behavior and ear-splitting volume at 5:30, and things just get worse as the booze starts flowing. She's got a dusting on her nostrils and face more than once after a visit to the toilet. At dinner she stands up and gives a crying, yelling speech to everyone's horror. She starts asking people if they want bumps of coke, including a coworker's wife who has manuscript. She responds, "I'm faked up enough without coke." After dinner, things escalate as her boyfriend starts being aggressive, shoulder checking people, staring them down. Climax occurs with the boyfriend threatening to slit a coworker's throat for talking to his girlfriend, and hotel security has to be called. He's dragged off, and she makes a huge scene, yelling, screaming, crying, throwing things. Same party, a coworker's drunken husband tries to give the wife with manuscript a lap dance, and while straddling her mechanized wheelchair, destroys the controls with his feet by accident and falls over, nearly knocking her out of the wheelchair. At the other end of the party, there's a game of Twister going on, and a coworker's wife is in a crab pose, skirt hiked up, with no panties on. Total gung show. Executive assistant sent out a company-wide email apologizing to everyone, didn't show up to work for a week, and then just quit and moved away. I worked at day camp. The kids I was supervising were 5 to 7 years old. The first floor of the building has 2 restrooms, each with space for 2 people to use at the same time. When one or more of my kids had to go, all the faking time, my whole group of 6 to 8 had to be taken to the restroom area, outdoors, with the restrooms inside. So I have 2 boys who have to go. They're buddies. I send them both into the boys' room, 1 or 2 girls into the girls' room, and watch the other 4 or 5 play, while I wait for the children in the bathroom. This was the 3rd day of camp for them. We'll call the 2 boys A and B. I've had A for 2 days so far, and he's annoying as hell. He demands all my attention, constantly asks inane questions, and is socially stunted, even for a 6-year-old. He's constantly grabbing himself through his pants. He can't tell that he annoys the other children, and can't follow directions. His mom is a total helicopter mom who can't acknowledge that her little snowflake is a problem child, and constantly makes excuses. I don't think this kid had a disability. I think his awfulness was because of his mom. B was unable to attend the first 2 days of camp, so I didn't know him, or his relationship with A. Basically, B is the only kid who can stand A. That's about all I knew about him. They're in the bathroom for too long. I crack the door, as I'm allowed to do because they're 6, and I hear giggling. I ask them to come out. Why? It sounds like you're up to no good in there. A comes out and asks how I knew they were doing bad things. I told him it was about how they were taking too long or something. I didn't worry about what he said, because I figured they were throwing toilet paper in the urinal, or playing with the soap or something. Not my problem. We go on to our next activity, which involves drawing. B shows me his drawing. It's a good drawing for a 6-year-old. You can clearly see the toilet, the urinal, and 2 boys. Except one boy's hand is clearly on the other's genital area. Quite luckily for me, my director was immediately in the vicinity. I told B to show his drawing to my director. She pulled them aside one by one and asked them what happened. She handled the whole situation from there. B never came back to camp, but I had to deal with A for the next 3.5 weeks. I was the only counselor who knew of the incident and was asked not to discuss it. From then on, only one child was allowed to use each restroom at a time, which was a huge pain in the ass because all in all there were over 100 kids and 4 total bathrooms. One of my co-workers came running into work and went directly to the bathroom. He had a history of drinking issues and sometimes got real sick the next morning after a binge day. Turns out he needed to use the bathroom, but it was occupied, single stall. So he has an accident in his pants. It happens. We are humans and it could have ended there. He could have phoned a friend and gotten a change of clothes, and it would have been over. He could have done that. He didn't. Instead, this guy walks slowly out of the bathroom, into our main lobby, and out the front door. The entire time he is spewing his kibble and bits all over our office carpet. Yes, carpet. Some of it were little droppings, while some of it was smeared, kinda like the Delta Labs in Doom 3. From the security footage, we saw that he chose the elevator, and not the stairs. In case of mass cheating from your ass, use the stairs. As he is waiting for the elevator, he backs into a corner, slowly reaches down to the end of his pants, picks up what I can only assume is poop and pockets it. Pocket poop. He then gets on the elevator, goes up to the main floor and exits through the main lobby of the building, his sheet trailing him like slime to a snail. Apparently he cabs home, which I can only assume is the most awkward can ride home. He also lived 30 minutes from the office. We didn't see him for a few days. He didn't get fired, but has a stern talking to about his life choices that day. A year later he still works in the office. On his birthday I got him a book titled How to Poop in the Office. TLDR coworker pooped all over the office and runs out the front door. I work for a clinical department at a university, situated in the teaching hospital. We had a new medical doctor join us. We are 50 over 50 PhD/MD, and he was, to say the least, nice enough, but very intense, very opinionated, very quick to throw out psychiatric evaluations on people. We are not the psychiatry department, generally just someone who seemed okay from a distance, but barely in control. When you got to know him, he liked me, which was worrying, but I kept it limited to work things only. Monday morning, about 3 months into his time with us, we find out through the grapevine that late Friday afternoon he was jumped in the office by a team from psychiatric emergency and hauled off kicking and screaming for observation. Seriously, allegedly, guys in white coats with tranquilizers etc. proper cuckoo's nest stuff. This was never official. To this day none of the powers that be will admit this happened. We were told he was away on business, but I'd heard what happened from someone who was still here at work when it went down. He returned 2 months later, altered, much quieter, more reserved. He corners me in the kitchen area late one afternoon, tells me his side of the story. His bitch wife waited till he'd left for work, phoned our department head, fearing for her life, and begged for help because he's a danger to himself and everyone around him. They'd waited for the place to be quiet and then had him committed, completely unethical in his opinion. His return to the unit was on condition that he never mention what happened, so I was lucky to find out, since I was the only one who could be trusted, which is why he told me. Since Ahodi has always sidestepped any questions on it, that's the only version of the story I have ever heard. He left the unit permanently a month or so after that, never to be seen again. I work in a factory and had 2 major incidents within 2 weeks. It was a rough month. As part of the first responder team, I naturally first responder. Event #1 basically for this certain job you use a walking 4-pronged forklift to, lift. Smart EMC smart operating the walkie lifty walked the lift backwards into a stand-up forklift. The walkie lifty has a 2-inch gap from the floor to the bottom of the lift. His boot, or 3-inch span. Smart EMC smart pinned his foot between the stand-up lift and the walkie lifty, essentially popping that sucker up onto his steel-toed boot, and broke 2 bones. As soon as I get it off his foot and sit him down, he pops off with, "I knew I should have moved the forklift." Internally I blow up and choked him for being dumb. Event #2 in another section of the plant there are these rolls that use extreme amounts of pressure to press stuff together. Part of the tape product broke. In order to continue running, the rolls needed to be cleaned and more product inserted. This silly man sticks his finger in to grab the tape and ends up catching his fingers. Now all this happened so fast that before he could hit an emergency stop, the rolls had squished 3 fingers up to the first knuckle, down to the thickness of a key. The machine was shut down for obvious reasons. When a manager arrived, he had to clean up the mess. During his clean he happened to come across 3 finger skin caps. Basically he could wear the operator's finger skin like itty bitty finger puppets. Sorry for the typus. I'm immobile and tired as all hell. At our old company, some of the hourly employees were offered the chance to work overtime on Saturdays when volume was high. On one particular Saturday, 2 of the geniuses that were working got into an argument about the philosophy, character, talent and general goodness of R. Kelly. These 2 pillars of the community were at odds on each point listed. The argument got so heated that Idiot A, pro Kelly, threatened to stab and spill the guts of idiot B, obviously Auntie Kelly. I went so far as to go to her car to retrieve her weapon of choice, which turned out to be a Swiss Army knife with a 1-inch blade. B freaked and started crying hysterically because of the threat of impending death/scratch and threw a 3-hole punch at A in self-defense. It missed and other employees detained the two. The manager on duty sent them home without calling the cops, but informed his superiors. A was fired that afternoon. Upon further investigation, B was caught falsifying her time, only worked 2 hours, claimed 8. Maximum allowed was 4. She had been doing this consistently, but it was uncovered only after hours created a timeline of events. She was fired later in the week. I, of course, plastered the manager on duty's office with R. Kelly pictures. Good times. Story time. I work at a very popular marina and naturally, with boats you're going to have dry storage and lifts to move the boats around on land from rack to rack. QR lift driver. After dropping off a noisy on a rack just outside the doors, he's driving back into the marina and hits the top of the forklift tower into the top of the door frame. Mind you, these aren't normal size doors. It's a marina with 70 feet high doors that have to be on a track so they can slide open. So he hits the top of the door frame and eventually assess that the lift needs to be repaired, and they place it inside, but park it out of the way so the other lifts can still drive around. Fast forwards a couple of days and a different driver needs to put a boat in its slot near where the broken lift is parked. Well, he backs it up, and as he's backing it up he also raises the forks. Well, we found out at that particular moment that when the lift hit the building, it bent the hydraulic shaft that supports the forks and tower. So when he raised the forks just high enough, the shaft snapped. We are talking roughly 8-9 in of solid metal hydraulic shaft sheared completely apart, and the tower with the forks came crashing down and landed on a customer's little boat that was on a trailer. It was a sight to see a huge lift falling over and smashing a little 20-foot fiberglass boat. If this gets any traction I'll post pics if I can figure out how on mobile. Many years ago, we heard a scream come from an employee parking garage next to our building. We could see the garage clearly from the building and knew it was where the scream came from. Turns out the estranged husband of one of our employees didn't like that she was leaving him and decided that if he couldn't have her, no one would. So he lurked in the parking garage, waiting. When she got to her car, he attacked her with a knife. She screamed and fought him off, and he bolted. She survived with relatively minor injuries. DPS cops are very close by all the time where I work, so it wasn't long at all before they were hot on his trail. They cornered him in another parking garage across the street from where the attack took place. When they surrounded him, he killed himself. Doesn't end there. A search of the garage where he died turned up his pickup truck. In it they found the couple's 12-year-old son dead with his throat cut. Daddy Dearest took his kid out first. He clearly had no intention of walking away. I worked at a convenience store in cute little Portsmouth, New Hampshire for about 5 years while in college. For those who have never been to Portsmouth, it's a beautiful port town in NH, just an hour from Boston. 3 bridges separate Maine and New Hampshire. Like every convenience store, we had our regulars. You know, the degenerate gamblers, the people whose lives revolved around visiting the store daily and or nightly as a means of comfort, the people from the homeless shelter you didn't feel bad for, because they were the reason their lives were shit. And on this particular night, a dude we'll call Steve. Every night Steve would come in and buy an 18-pack of Natty Ice. He was a financial investor, drove a BMW 7 Series, the guy was a baller, but drank the shittiest beer known to man and needless to say had an issue. He'd always come in half-lit from the Italian restaurant down the street before he bought his nightly, this is no joke, 18-pack. Sometimes he'd get crazy and get a 30-rack. Steve comes in. He asks for the key to the bathroom, which is in the back of the store in somewhat of a panic. He is making noises while waiting like holding his stomach. I grab the key and give it to him. A foul odor hits the air. About 10 minutes later he comes up front. Halfway to my counter he says I didn't make it, and I appropriately respond with what do you mean you didn't make it? He gets to the counter, glances down at his pants that are still unbuttoned, belt hanging free, and says again I didn't make it. I respond in shock with "what do you mean?" while looking down and realize he's covered in fecal matter. He says I sheet myself. On his way out he said I'll be back in 10 minutes. I fill the mop bucket with a whole lot of bleach and a dash of water. After 15 minutes pass and he hasn't come back, I begin to worry that I'm going to have to clean this up. It's about 10 PM and I'm the only one in the store. This isn't your average convenience store. It was a fairly nice one, so this was a big problem. I go to the back of the store near the bathrooms and it smelled so horrendous I almost vomited. I'm beginning to panic. I'm going to have to clean up this whole sheet, I tell myself. No pun intended. About 5 minutes later he comes in with a change of clothes. I give him the mop bucket and he cleans up. He even bumps the mop bucket out and rinses it for me. What a guy. He then proceeds to come back to the counter to say, "I thought I could make it. That's never happened to you?" To which I replied, "This has happened to you before." He told me he was playing golf and on the 9th hole, he felt it coming. He didn't make it. I didn't know what to say, so I laughed and said nope, never had that problem. Steve also told me that his wife was going to be pissed because there was sheet all over her leather seats. I don't even know how one would clean such a disaster. All in all, it was a pretty eventful moment in my life as a convenience store clerk. Oh, the best part is he left me a surprise. I went to do a quality check after Steve left, only to find the stench permeating from the bathroom. The motherfucker threw his sheety underwear in the garbage. I put on gloves from the deli, tied it off, and threw it outside in the dumpster. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. August of 2012, I work it for a parks and rec department that operates a couple of water parks, golf courses, rec centers, etc. The day prior was the busiest day we'd had all year, nearly $27,000 in credit card transactions. That night around 9 PM we come in to do a database upgrade/patch required by our vendor. We do a test run in a non-production system while on a support call with the vendor. We send them the test run logs for review. They say we are good to go and it should be safe to push out to the live DB. I say to my supervisor, should we pull a full backup first? Famous last words. Nah, that will take like 2 hours. Let's just run it. The DB corrupted and lost every single credit card transaction. Before I went home at 4:30 PM the next day, we had to manually input every card transaction. Luckily we had a super ancient server running as a backup that, while it didn't process any cards, kept records of each transaction. Problem was, it couldn't just be imported or anything, so we had to print about 12,000 pages of CC records. We divided up the work amongst 5 or 6 of us that were not happy to be called in at midnight, each entering a couple thousand records. It finally all balanced out. Only 1 or 2 people had duplicate transaction issues, and we promptly changed many things about how our credit card processing works, including that vendor that gave us the go-ahead. That day also still stands as my longest work day ever, if you include the regular 8-hour day I had already put in prior to coming in that night. Worked for a Benz dealer. Brand new C63 AMG Coupe Black Series comes in. One of only 6 in the country. Vehicle is pre-sold and getting its PDI. Part of the PDI is the test drive. Tech jumps in and invites a friend from service to join him. Now they didn't road race it or drift it around corners, but they did take the vehicle through its paces. They did bounce it off the rev limiter a couple times and they did record the whole thing and post it online. From the video you can easily determine what kind of car it is as well as what dealership the car exits from. Someone on the forum that the video was uploaded to ended up calling the GM of our dealership and were able to get into contact with the owner of the car. Benz Canada hired a PR firm to help the dealership handle the whole mess. Dealership secured the rights to the video so they could issue takedown requests. Local news showed up to ask questions. We were all pulled aside and given a statement to give if we were asked about the incident. The owner ended up not blowing his top over it, and it saved everyone a lot of headache. No one lost their jobs. That said, no one ever talks about it there. If you bring it up, most people will just give you a nervous look and say they don't remember. When the owner comes in for service or anything, he owns a couple of cars, he gets the red carpet treatment. I remember when he came in for service he asked to have our SLS out of the showroom as a loaner car. Without hesitation they sent someone out to gas/prep it for him. Edit. If you look hard enough the video is still out there. I worked in an office as one of two senior directors. We both traveled overseas extensively. The other senior director had been a good employee, but lately there had been complaints that she was slipping. I liked this person and we worked in separate areas, so I stayed out of it. The senior VP, SVP, was away and the other senior director called to say she had to take off for a family emergency on the opposite coast. This left me in charge of the department. Accounting came by with some bills for me to sign, and I noted one of them was for a plane ticket to Europe that same day for the other director. I tried to call her to find out what meeting she was missing and what we should do about it. I could not reach her, and so I called our travel agent to see what information he had about the HT ticket. The travel agent checked the computer and informed me that the other director was on board the plane. Now I knew that the other director had a boyfriend in Europe, so I called her cell phone the next day, knowing she was in Europe. She told me she was in California and her aunt had just died, so she would be gone for a whole week. Well, at this point I'm remembering that her aunt had died about 2 years before. So I checked her travel expenses for the last 2 years against her meeting schedule. I discovered that she had faked about 7 trips overseas and had provided fake receipts for reimbursement. For instance, she would claim to be at a meeting in Germany, but the receipts were all in Dutch and things like that. Moreover, it was clear that we were reimbursing him for 2 people for most things. Most of the meetings she claimed to be attending were actually fake meetings that she would create records in our database after the fact, but before she submitted his receipts. When the VP returned, I let him know about this. I felt sick doing it because I liked the other director. The SVP apparently decided to promote this person to a VP position ahead of me, and at first accused me of trying to blacken my competitor's name, though I really had no idea she was my competitor for the promotion. As soon as the SVP saw the evidence though, he realized that the girl had taken us for 7 weeks of leave and about $18,000. Bottom line, the day the girl returned, the SVP confronted her with the option of leaving and losing her yearly bonus, $20,000 to be paid the next week, or facing criminal charges. The director left, and I ended up with the promotion. So I worked at a bank a long time ago, and I was the only male worker with 8 female employees. We worked in a drive-through branch that had a separate building than the main branch. So we were our own little group out there. Prior to leaving on a vacation trip, a girl decided that it would be a good idea to go inside the vault and change clothes. Unbeknownst to me, she had been doing that for about 2 years and no one ever said anything. So, I have a friend who's working security and randomly calls over to our building and says, "Hey, let girl 1 know that we can see her getting dressed on the camera." So I scream out her name and tell her what's going on. She freaks out and her friend, girl 2, freaks out. Girl 2 was going to go in next after her, so she was protecting peeping Tommy's ear from taking a peek. So girl 2 decided that the best way to protect girl 1 from getting seen was to shut the door. Girl 1 saw the door getting shut and decided that the best way to stop the door from shutting was to put her foot between the door and the wall. That door weighed about 1 ton. Her foot stood no chance. Now she's bleeding, trapped inside a vault on a timer, half naked, and in so much pain that she can't activate the safety procedure to open the door from the inside. They finally get the vault open 2 hours later, and after that, they added new lines to the employee manual. So now when new employees show up, they'll ask why is changing clothes inside the bank strictly prohibited, and why does it say to memorize the safety operations of the vault door, and why do we get written up when I stand near the door as it's closing, but most importantly, why is the act of closing the door and checking boxes etc. called girl 1's operational procedure? Well, to explain that, I'll have to tell you about the incident that girl 1 had. Happened on Thursday, so it's still pretty fresh, pun not intended. A customer asked to use the staff toilet, which is through a workshop and break room, came out and said to her partner, "We need to go quickly." I was finishing up with a patient and heard this, so alarm bells started ringing. Has she robbed everyone's money out the lockers, etc.? I finished with the patient and go investigate. As I approach the door to the staff areas in the practice, I can smell the stench of sheet. Really rancid sheet. The aromatic acrid smell you get when you do far too many Jeja bombs the night before. I was thinking, okay, the toilets are gonna need scrubbing or something, and just find out what's up and get it sorted. Even with this forewarning, I was not prepared for the sight I cannot unsee. Upon entering the room, there is sheet everywhere, a kinda Christmas scat version of Hansel and Gretel breadcrumb trail across the room to the toilets. And I can assure you the toilets were in no way better. I gingerly step towards the toilet door, which is half open, and notice there is tiny resistance, and look down to see this orange/brown smear being left in the wake of the door opening on the carpet. How the fuck do you sheet behind a door and then get out? She had tried to clean up some of it up, I guess, both in the toilet and break room, but to be frank, rubbing it into the carpet doesn't count in my books. When cleaning something, the idea is to remove the dirt, not spread it around to make it not look as bad, which in this case is extremely contradictory to the desired result. It would have been far better to leave the homebrewed Mr. Whippy ice cream consultancy turtlets as they were, so they could be picked up a la untrained pets sheeting in random spots in the house. There was no way I was getting the staff attempt to clean it up. They are paid very much above the norm, but they are not paid to do this, so I did it instead. Cleaned it up with black latex industrial gloves on, so I looked like some white-dressed Nazi death camp doctor, also with added 2,000-yard stare and the grim look on my face. Spent hours cleaning after work and in the morning before the next day. It's bearable at the moment, but we are going to have to pull up all the carpets and replace a load of stuff, which is gonna cost money. So I asked for her details to send the bill. Turns out they are faking tourists and not on record. TLDR, tourist sheets everywhere, smears it in for effect and legs it without telling us. Used to work in a small family-owned portrait studio/event photography company. Soccer pictures, HS senior portrait, HS yearbook type place. The HS senior portrait business was pretty good. Brought in $2K, $4K per day during our busy season. We hired a young guy, 22 or so. Outgoing, good at sales, reliable. About a year in, he announces that he inherited part of his grandfather's land in LA, and that Nissan was buying it to build a factory. Apparently, it was a lot of land, so his share was enough to buy a house in town for around $350K. Turns out, for at least 3 years, he was stealing hundreds of dollars a day from the studio. The owner had a system where we'd register all sales in our database and register all payments. At the end of the day, the owner would pick up all of the payments along with a report on that day's payments and check to make sure they match. Well, it turns out you could alter the date of payment in the system after the sale. So, when he was alone and running the day's report, he'd simply take the cash, usually $100 to $600 a day, as we had a sizable Hispanic customer base, and they tend to use cash for even large purchases, and move those cash payments to a week or two ago. The report would match up for the day, and nobody ever checked previous reports. Owner noticed it one day when one day's report had no cash in it, but he had been there earlier in the day and saw a customer pay $200 in cash. He started digging, freaked out, locked the doors and shut the business down for 2 days, and went to the cops. I got questioned, as did all the employees. Apparently, the culprit confessed on tape, but the goddamned idiot rookie cop who brought him in for questioning told him he wasn't a suspect, never read him his rights, and the faker's lawyer got the charges dropped. We lost around $40K. The guy still owns the house he bought largely with company money. Still burns me up to this day. I worked at a state environmental agency, and we had one individual in particular who was responsible for the following: brought live chickens into the office and keeping them on the roof. This led to a management directive no longer allowing livestock in the office. Taking free puppies from a farm and selling them for $400 each to others in the office. Dogs also peed on new office carpet. This resulted in a management directive for no domestic animals in the office. Local water treatment plant called the office for their ficus tree back. We asked how they knew it was here. They said someone from our office had taken it in the middle of the night. We again asked how they knew that information. They replied and said that the individual showed up at 4 AM at the plant, signed in on the guest register, and the security video caught the individual stealing the plant, calling sick from his tree stand during hunting season, taking lettuce from the dumpster behind the supermarket, and selling in the office lunchroom for 50 cents a head. When confronted, he said, if so and so can sell his lettuce and produce, what can't I? Well, so and so grows it in his garden, you took it from a dumpster. This led to a management directive no longer allowing the sale of produce in the office. He had a horse die on his farm from old age. Horse carcass stayed cold due to winter. The horse was then ground up and turned into sausage, which was brought to the office holiday party. Someone referred to it as pony baloney. Broccoli. The two parties involved don't even work there anymore, but everyone who did still grins and laughs at the mentioning of that word. I work for a mid-dose company. Our facility has a production side and an office where some of the corporate suits work, including the CEO and the CEO's wife, who happens to be in charge of ours. So one of the production side employees, an input type we will refer to as simply Steve, has always had a big mouth and has bumped heads with our lady from time to time for various silly reasons. Steve is on a diet, and as such he only brings in a giant bag of broccoli to eat for lunch, microwaving it in the break room, and leaving behind that pungent cooked broccoli smell. Someone apparently complained to our lady because she comes striding out of the office's high heels, dress suit, and all to talk with Steve. I, an input type, and myself had a front seat to that glorious exchange. Our lady, Steve, you can't microwave broccoli in the break room, you made it stink. Steve, laughs, I'm sorry, what? Our lady, scoffs, you know what I'm talking about, Steve, you've made half the building stink of broccoli. Steve, wait, are you? Laughs louder, seriously doing this right here? I was cooking my lunch, do you know so another way to cook my lunch? Our lady, now quickly losing control. Steve, what if we had a customer come in for a tour and the place smelled like broccoli? Steve, I dunno, tell them we like to eat healthy. By now work in the place has come to a standstill as everyone has come to watch the exchange. Our lady raises her hand to point finger at Steve. We will talk about this later. Steve, all about what? Broccoli recipes. Our lady turns away in a huff, her high heels clomping angrily away. Steve shouting at her retreat. No, what are we going to talk about? Recipes? Management didn't do much about the incident, as one member was the CEO's wife and thought that the conversation should have definitely been done in private. Shortly after Steve left for grad school and the our lady, preggers with CEO baby, quit to be a stay-at-home mom. And that was the broccoli incident. I worked in radio as a sales manager before the market crash. We had a promotion where we took 12 people out for a night on the town, dinner, dessert, VIP entrance to the clubs. It was fun. It's funny what I thought would be the incident. We had two girls start making out in the limo between clubs, and I was concerned that complaints would be made by the other passengers. Fortunately no one seemed to mind, and a lot more was happening before we got done with the night and headed back to the station. We had cabs at the station to take people home after, but they hadn't arrived, so I opened the door to our lobby and went to my office to grab something. I don't even remember what now, because when I opened my office door I found the janitor, pants down around his ankles, furiously masturbating to online porn on my computer. He didn't even notice me for the first couple seconds with his headphones on. He was clearly right there, because not 2 seconds after I walked in he started to ejaculate, then saw me and began to try and cover himself while still clearly in the throes of a powerful physical reaction. I told him to get up and get out, and while I was embarrassed, I can't even imagine how the janitor felt. We kind of knew this guy, and watching him try and get his pants up and get out the door past all of the limo party in the lobby, well, it was something I wish I never had to see. The fallout the next day was brutal. He was clearly immediately fired by the service he worked for. The janitorial service fell over themselves apologizing. I got a new chair, keyboard, and mouse. More of an office joke, really, and the DJs involved had innuendo for the air 4 days. The janitor? He moved. He might have even changed his name. We speculated a few times about how his next interview would be and how the background check would go. Homeless guy wandered into my hotel lobby while I was just closing up shift, getting a few high-profile regular guests checked in. Well, they waited in the lobby for another person to come in. So I knew I had to get rid of the homeless man. I tried to give him a little food and water and asked him to leave. My relief walks in and the guests all head upstairs at the same time. So here I'm offering this homeless man a reason to hang around the hotel, and this man has been working here much longer than me. Season comes to step in. Some quick and blunt facts. My co-worker is from a country where you speak your mind and says he grew up being a mouthpiece for his swole friends. He has a sense of invincibility. So there's the homeless man, my black co-worker, and me right in the middle. Homeless man trying to take the bag from me gently, co-worker starting an argument. Like really going for it. Homeless man called my co-worker the N-word, and I just handed him the bag and told him to get out and not come back. Not realizing this might be viewed as oh ho. Good one, fellow white guy, here's an ADA. Here, have some treats, and get out, before he gets mad. Because that's how my co-worker took it. My managers all sided with me, since the dialogue was all on camera. But me and this co-worker still walk on eggshells around each other. I felt like shit for not getting super pissy at the homeless guy for months. I worked at a Catholic shrine, kind of like a church, but shrines have no parish. I was very good friends with a brother there, kind of like a priest, but they take different vows. He loved to smoke and watch horror movies, which are two things I loved at the time, although I have stopped smoking. He was also into video games and just one of the nicest, coolest people I had ever met. I hired a cleaning lady for the church. After she worked there for a bit I couldn't stand her, which was strange for me. I generally like most people. I thought maybe I was jealous, because she was also friends with brother, that's what we called him, and was very pretty. But to me, she was just off. One of those people who smile in your face then sneer as soon as you turn your head. She ended up accusing a janitor at work of sexual harassment. It was a huge deal and taken very seriously because of the Catholic Church scandal. She was put on paid leave while they investigated. It turned out she had asked the janitor to score her some drugs and he brought it to her house and they smoked. But he kept calling her, stopping by her house with more drugs, however, which isn't cool. But of course she left out the drugs part and was saying he got her number somehow and just somehow found out where she lived. We were in a panic in the office because we were wondering how the personnel files got compromised. She was paid a big settlement and quit. One day I come to work and brother is gone. He decided to leave the church. Then I found out he was sleeping with a cleaning lady, his first time, and she was taking money from him and said she wanted to marry him. None of which was true. Turned out she was on drugs and just taking his money to buy more drugs. She promptly ditched him as soon as she got the settlement. I still feel guilty for hiring her. The whole deal ruined his life and last I heard he never recovered. I know a lot was his decision, but man, that woman was just toxic. Edited to add that the janitor did not get fired. After I learned the whole story I went to the higher ups to let them know the whole story. I would be damned if I let her get him fired for a false, I feel, claim. Not my current work. In my previous employment our manager was stealing from our cash drawer and covering it up until one time she took too much and couldn't. So she tried to pin it on the staff, myself included. We had the CEO come down to our branch and conduct interviews with all of us. We didn't have actual proof since she never took anything in front of us. We found out about her plan to pin it on us because our manager was also having an affair with a guy in the admin department, and for some unknown reason she told him, who then told his best friend who was dating the assistant manager to warn us. Crazy shit. They did not fire her on the spot, but kept her around for a few months in a different branch. The thing is she was close to us. We had our breakfast and lunch breaks together. To make matters worse she was sort of related to me. Her sister is married to my mom's cousin, so another manager from a different branch, who happens to be my aunt, tells me to not say anything to the family about the issue, which I ignored and told my mom. A year later my ex-manager calls up my mom to her workplace to try and turn her against me by spreading rumors. Not a funny story, but you didn't specify. I worked abroad for 18 months, doing help desk for Dutch speaking companies. Because they also speak Dutch, I had a lot of Surinamese colleagues. Now for Europeans, we were earning less money due to South Africa's economy, but we got to live in a more beautiful country. For the Surinamese, they actually earned more than they would at home, so plenty of Surinamese would send money back home to family every month. One guy had to support his family and send more money that month, and he loaned money from a shady drug dealing zero colleague. He was paying it back, but there had apparently been a miscommunication. The guy though the amount they agreed on was the repay rate including interest. The guy who loaned the money thought it was without. They had bickered over the rate for a few weeks, but he simply couldn't pay anymore. He still kept paying though. Long story short, the guy ended up not showing up to work for a few days. Police were called, went by his apartment, a few of his friends let them in, and found him hanging upside down from the shower curtain rod, beaten to death with a blunt object. Since the Surinamese are a very tight-knit community, and that guy was well known even by their standards, the company was unable to function for the better part of a week. I worked for a large tech company that did help desk support as well as a bunch of other stuff. I managed a small group that had a few large clients that weren't that demanding. We had a couple of guys to answer calls, and if something was wrong they couldn't handle, they'd forward it up, etc. One of the other groups supported a large company with a lot of end users that would call, and had a much larger pool of first level support people. This company would kind of hire just, whoever to answer the phones. Obviously, the upside was that they worked for cheaper than normal tech people. The downside being they had no idea what they were doing. Also, they had a penchant for hiring weirdos. Anyway, within the first few weeks I met this guy who would end up changing my life forever. I smoked at the time, and we had this back patio for that reason. I learned quickly that when this guy was coming outside, you had to act busy, or you were going to have a conversation. You didn't want to have that conversation. Most of the time he just kind of started in the middle, or kept going from someone he was talking to before. Either way, it never made sense. Then, if you ended up leaving at the same time as this guy, he'd walk with you, continuously talking. It was awful. However, that's not the bad part. One normal day at the office, I get up and go to the bathroom. My manager was in the bathroom at the sinks. I say hi and go to the back stall and begin to take care of business. I hear the door open and the stall next to mine gets taken. This is where it gets weird. The wall starts to shake and noises start to come from the stall next to mine. It's a growling/angry kind of sound. I look down and the dude's feet are stomping up and down, or maybe running in place. A hint of pain and fear creeps into the groaning, hateful sounds issuing from the sheet to my right. As this happens, the shaking gets frantic, and I look down, and the dude's feet are lifting off the ground, like he's levitating. After the initial horror wore off, I quickly cleaned up and got out of there. My manager was horrified and wide-eyed as he stared in the direction of the stalls. We both run outside and wait. Of course, it was weirdo that came out. He was known as the lifter for the rest of the time I worked there. Black Friday at a Panera Bread in the mall. This was in 2001, when people still went to malls. Plus there was this whole, if you don't go Christmas shopping, the terrorists win thing going on. So busy. The lines extended out of our front door and into the mall itself, winding around in front of several stores. You were basically waiting an hour for your panini and soup. Insanity. A woman approaches my register with something inside of a plastic grocery bag. Before I can even get hi, welcome to Panera out of my idiot mouth, she dumps the contents of the bag. Sheety underwear. Not as in poor quality, as in literally, sheety. Covered in sheet. Doused in fesses. Soaked in doo-doo. Deluged by poo. It makes a sickly little warp onto the counter, and the smell hits us all at once. Before we can even respond to what's happening in front of us, she says in a very thick Cockney accent, "I'll never forget this part. You don't hear Cockney in Chicago frequently. You've got fuck all for me in the loo, so I had to clean sheet with my bloomers ya cunts." And she stomps off. As I'm bleaching the sheet out of the counter, it occurred to me that I saw this woman in a coworker's line earlier that day. It's then that I realized what her story was for this visit. She was at the mall shopping. She went to Panera to eat. She waited about an hour in line for her order. Finished with her meal. She went to the bathroom. Took a sheet. No toilet paper left. She took off her underwear and wiped with it. Rather than throw it away, she decided to save it and get back in line. It takes her easily another hour of waiting in line with a plastic bag full of dirty bomb panties to get to our counter. This woman not only preserved the faking panties, but she got into line again for another hour, just seething and holding her own mucky stinks in a bag, planning to smack her corn loaf down on the counter of a public eatery, all instead of telling us that we needed more toilet paper. As disgusted as I was, there's still a small part of me that admires the sheer resolve of her anger. TLDR, just read it. Trust me on this. The fugitive incident was certainly the most exciting. This happened more than a decade ago at a restaurant I worked at. There was a quiet guy, Cliff, who trained me when I started. He was always reading military novels in the corner when it was slow. He worked 12 out of a possible 14 shifts per week. One day I asked him what he does with his very little time off work. He told me he's taking helicopter lessons. Because of my short hair, he asked if I had any military experience. I said no and thought nothing of it at the time. Several months later, Cliff uncharacteristically doesn't show up for work in the morning. Around the beginning of the dinner shift, I went back to the kitchen to check on a customer's order. Oddly, none of the other servers were in the dining room. As I passed the break room, I noticed all the employees gathered around the TV. As I tuned a news program on the screen, everything stopped. On live nationally broadcasted news, our missing coworker, Cliff Burkett, is the center of attention. He stole a helicopter fluid to a prison, landed it in the courtyard, where the prisoners go outside to play for recess. He picked up his friend/gay lover and flew away. He didn't get very far before crashing the helicopter in a field. Cliff and the ex-convict escaped on foot, leading police on a manhunt. When the anchor reported, the police currently do not know the suspect's whereabouts, but are in pursuit of Cliff Burkett, and his partner in the break room erupted in a chant. Go, Cliff. Go. Go, Cliff. Go. It was fascinating to watch this absurd situation unfold before our eyes, except for one employee who burst out in tears and left the restaurant in the middle of her shift, never to return. It turns out she was dating Cliff and didn't know he still had feelings for his formerly incarcerated lover. All the chanting and commotion attracted the attention of the manager, who came in to yell at us for neglecting our tables. Nobody was working. We told him to look at the TV. His mouth dropped to the floor. He watched in silence a few minutes, then shut it off, demanding we get back to work. All 10 waiters returned to the dining room floor to their respective angry tables, who have been neglected for the past 30 minutes. The following day, Cliff was still on the run. We had a meeting at work first thing in the morning. The manager told us we are strictly forbidden to speak about it with any guests or the media. We had at least 2 well-known local news anchors come in for dinner that night. The manager spotted them and waited on them himself to prevent a story leaking and involving the restaurant's name. Cliff and his partner in crime, and more, were eventually captured by authorities. They found them wading in a mosquito-infested canal, probably in hopes that it would deter the police dogs from picking up on his scent. He was given a 20-year prison sentence and his partner got 30 years. TLDR. Co-worker stole helicopter to break gay lover out of prison, crashed it, lead police on a manhunt. Here's a link to an official media article covering the story. http://content.time.com/ Wrote this on my phone, so sorry in advance for the errors. It's pretty long. I worked at a small marketing firm with a team of about 15 people. There was a coworker, let's call him Mr. Brown, who never talked and was extremely introverted. When we had any type of office parties, Mr. Brown would only stop by for maybe 10-15 minutes and then leave. Well, Mr. Brown decided this time to stick around at the office Christmas party. Now, Mr. Brown has always been a nice person, but just a bit different. It never bothered me, and I have some experience with friends who are the same way. So when I saw that he wasn't going to ditch right away, I went over and gave him a beer. We got to chatting, and soon he was being chatty McChatterson with me and the other office workers. As the party came to an end, Mr. Brown asked if I wanted to keep partying. I was pretty drunk at this time and said fuck it. Let's rage. We grabbed a taxi and headed downtown. I had the taxi driver drop us at one of my favorite local bars. We grabbed a drink and then started a game of pool. Halfway through our game, Mr. Brown looked at me and asked if we could go to a dance club. This came as a surprise, since I figured the last place he wanted to go was there. So we both head to the nearest dance club, and as soon as we enter the club, Mr. Brown turns from a quiet guy who doesn't talk to anyone to freaking Don John. As we're grabbing drinks, Mr. Brown tells me to wait here and then disappears. It's been 20 minutes and I haven't seen him anywhere. My worst fear is that he had an anxiety attack or some shit and that now he's off walking in freezing degree weather. I down my drink and start to leave when out from the dance floor comes Mr. Brown with 2 girls around his arm. I couldn't believe it. These chicks were a solid 7.9 and looking such as hell. As I was trying to wrap my brain around this new Mr. Brown, he asks if I wanted to join him and the 2 girls and go to our other club. At this point I was more interested in seeing this play than clubbing, so I told him that I'd tag along. The next bar was 2 blocks away, and the entire walk there he had his hands around the 2 girls. Once we got into the club, all 3 of them headed straight to the dance floor. One of the girls grabbed me, and next thing you know we all were dancing, and the one chick was grinding all up in my biz. 15 minutes into our grinding session, Mr. Brown and I caught eyes and soon I felt a hand trying to grab me. I look down and see a hand holding a little bag with pills. I look up and I see him smiling. That's when everything came together. While I was waiting at the bar, Mr. Brown found some Molly, took it and started to roll balls. And I mean rolling faking balls. It didn't take me long to learn that the other chicks were rolling just as hard. So here I'm drunk as fuck with 3 people rolling their faces off. I knew it was a bad idea to mix Molly and alcohol, so I declined his offer. He shrugged and went back to raging. We stayed at the club until closing time and then called for a taxi. By this time, I'm pretty exhausted and ready to get home. Not Mr. Brown. He pleads for me to come over and hang out with the 2 chicks. Yes, the guy who I thought was quiet and shy was asking me to join him for what I assumed was going to be a fuck fest. I nicely declined his offer, grabbed them a cab, and then got my own cab back home. I passed out as soon as I got home. The next morning I wake up and see I have 9 messages from Mr. Brown. All of his texts were in caps saying that he lost his keys and couldn't get into his house. I get to his last text and notice that it was sent about 30 minutes prior to me waking up. All it said was help. Come to the office now. Right when I was going to text him back, I get a call from him. He's freaking out and saying that I need to come to the office now. I told him to calm down and that I'll be there soon. I leave right away and arrive to the office. Our company has individual offices which is pretty nice. I swipe my card to get into our building and walk to Mr. Brown's office. He must had heard me outside his door because before I even knocked he opens up the door. There in front of me on the floor are 2 naked girls and Mr. Brown. He is panicking and clearly still rolling, or faked up or maybe both. Anyways, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As I was absorbing the current situation, Mr. Brown was freaking out. I was able to calm him down, and he told me that he couldn't find his wallet and that neither of the girls had any money for a cab and to take them home. I told him that everything was going to be fine and that we are going to fix this. It's 6:30 and I knew that the boss was going to be at the office by 7:15, so I only had 45 minutes to fix this mess. I told Mr. Brown to go sit down and drink some water. While he was doing that, I wake up one of the girls and help her find her clothes. She gets dressed and I take her to my office with some water and tell her to wait. I go back into Mr. Brown's office to get the other girl when a disturbing smell crawls inside my nose. I knew that smell. That's shit. Oh my fucking god. This girl either fatted, started or sheet her pants. I take the blanket off her and behold, my worst nightmare came alive. She sheet her pants. I knew I didn't have time to cry, so I grab paper towels and try to clean it up the best I can. I help her dress and she's completely oblivious of what she did. So here I'm getting the two girls already in the clock shows 6:50. Fuck, I got to get a cab. I called a cab and rushed them out the office and into the cab. I see the cab leave and breathe out a breath of relief that they're gone. I rush back into the building to check on Mr. Brown. I got into the meeting room and he's on the floor sleeping. 7:05. I'm starting to freak out that I won't be able to wake him, but he finally comes to his senses and I walk him to my car. While I'm in the car, I shoot an email to everyone that Mr. Brown called me this morning saying he hurt himself while walking to his car and needs my help to take him to the hospital. I told them that he most likely won't be in today. I send the message and begin to back out when I see our boss coming in the driveway. Fuck me. Mr. Brown is in my front seat past the fuck out, and I didn't want our boss to see him. I forgot that I brought a blanket with me in case I needed it and threw it over him. Our boss pulls in and I roll down my window and tell him that I was grabbing my laptop so that I can work while I take Mr. Brown to the hospital. He says okay and tells me to keep our team updated. I couldn't believe he didn't see the human lump next to me. It was pretty noticeable. I drive away and take Mr. Brown to my house. I tell him to take a shower and then put him on the couch. He slept the entire day. When he finally wakes up, I ask him what happened last night. He tells me that, while on their way to his house, he noticed that he didn't have his keys or wallet, but his swipe card, to get into the office. He then tells the taxi to drive to the office. He had some cash left over and paid the cab driver for the extra amount. He took the girls inside and went to his office where him and the two girls start faking. I guess they faked all night into the morning and then they all passed out. When he woke up he realized that he had no keys or wallet and that the girls weren't waking up. He started to freak out and that's when he called me. He was almost crying while he thanked me for rescuing him. I told him that I sent an email out saying that you fell and hurt yourself, so he was going to have to wear a splint or something. He told me that he'd take care of it. I also told him that one of the girls shit her pants in his office and that I had to clean it up. He looked at me for a second and then said that he would pay me back in whatever way. For the rest of the day he hung out at my apartment while I worked. We called the clubs and couldn't find his wallet. I took him to Walmart to get a new key and dropped him off at his house. The next day I get to the office early and start to talk to one of my coworkers when Mr. Brown comes in wearing a leg boot. He walks by and everyone is asking if he's alright and or needs any help. While this is happening, I'm walking back to my office. I stop and turn around before going into my office and see him being his old awkward self again. Only this time he turns to me and mouths the words, "Thank you." TL. Dr. Introvert coworker comes to Christmas party and opens up. We get drunk and want to keep drinking. Coworker finds Molly, starts rolling faking balls, brings two women to our office building, has a threesome, freaks out because he lost his wallet and keys and can't pay to take the girls home. I come to the rescue. Hot girl sheets her pants. Lie to my whole office. Coworker has to fake an injury and walk around for 2 months in leg boot. This dude doesn't work here anymore because has a dumb sheet. So, dude's asked to erect a mock-up of an arch for a doorway in a home we are building. For this type of deal a material very similar to cardboard is used. It was constructed very quickly and is made of cardboard and small pieces of scrap 2x4s. It is simply a mock-up and is made of cardboard. This house is faking huge, and so this mock-up archway was pretty damn huge too. It's made of cardboard so it's no big deal. Anyways, dude makes the mock-up out of the typical construction cardboard. A week goes by and the same dude is tasked with going up into the attic to remove some unnecessary construction leftovers. The same dude that built the mock-up archway out of cardboard. All of a sudden, this dumb bastard comes falling through the archway at what appeared to be faster than freefall speed. He falls about 20 feet and lands on a pile of 2x6s resting on a few sawhorses. He hits the wood pile and somehow manages to land underneath the wood. This dude is laying on a raw plywood floor under about 10-foot 2x6s after falling through a ceiling and landing on it, and he's not moving. Everyone is in shock. Most of us can't understand how it happened because you have to go way the fuck out of your way to access the two of that arch. I run over and begin sifting through the rubble, and there he is, laying there, alive and feeling like a goddamned idiot. He looks up at me and says, "I thought that was stronger than that," to which I replied, "Dude, it's cardboard. You helped build it." I help him up and we realize his arm is out of socket and he has 2 broken fingers. This guy was a gold mine for shit like this. He quit because everyone gave him shit all the time for being a dumbass. I have a whole grip of stories about this walking cartoon character. At my old job there was a loading dock lift, except unlike those in the image search, instead of a chain blocking the exit it was a massive hydraulic arm. One day a driver was unloading his truck and pushed the arm up so he could go through. Only problem is that he didn't push it all the way up, which normally wouldn't be a problem because it's hydraulic and slowly lowers back down as a safety feature. Nope. Came smashing down on his head, and in order for the lift to operate, a peg from the arm has to go into a hole in the opposite side of the lift. That peg is the part that hit him. It was faking horrible watching the footage. He crumpled to the ground immediately. After laying on the ground for about 30 seconds he crawled to his electric pallet jack so he could honk the horn to try to get someone's attention. It was heartbreaking watching it happen and no one heard it because we were at the other end of the building. I eventually went to the back to start taking inventory and saw what looked like a big spill on the floor behind his jack. I just figured he dropped something and went to get something to clean it. As I got closer I saw his body lying behind the pallet jack and the puddle was his blood. I called emergency services and they were pretty quick to get there and we took care of him, but it was absolutely horrifying. He's okay now, left the company and moved, but he's doing well. I'm not sure if they've gotten rid of that arm or not. They got it fixed immediately though. I work at a grocery store and I've worked in almost all of the departments. So one morning I come in and all of the meat in the meat department is gone. There are signs posted saying the coolers went down overnight and that we had to dispose of all the meat. Mind you, I'm not working in the meat department anymore, so I brush it off and head to the back to go get started on my day. Well, my manager thought otherwise and had me go help them. I already knew this was gonna be one of those days, but damn. Long story short, I helped them restock the case, which is a 100-foot wall of various kinds of meat. So for about 7 hours we are running like wild trying to fill it up, just to barely put a dent in it. But that's not the crazy part. All of the meat that was already in the cases had to be pulled out last night by the overnight crew, so there are 25 carts in the back of the store piled to the top with meat that's going bad. By the time I got there they had already filled up one dumpster and had called the city so they could drop off another one. But the worst part of all is that customers were starting to realize where all the old meat was and started to dive in the dumpsters to get it. Now I'm no expert in food safety, but I know that bacteria spreads quickly and these people were willing to risk their health just for a free steak or two. So we ended up pouring bleach over all of it to try to deter some of the fuckery out back. We ended up losing about $20,000 worth of meat and had to get an emergency truck the next day to try to fill up what we were missing. Dark days indeed. Sorry for my grammar/spelling. I'm about to head to work now and I'm sitting on the toilet typing this on my phone. Okay, so I'm currently studying to become a chef. As part of my course I have to do 4 weeks restaurant service at the school's public restaurant, 2 weeks lunch, 2 weeks dinner, and the head chef has been at the school for 30 years and is strict as fuck. Well, all day yesterday this one wonker in my class is just messing around on his phone and the head chef turns around and says next person who touches their phone will have their phone thrown in the deep fryer. So service time comes. Last night I get an order for 20 serves of the dish I'm cooking, so I'm standing at my section, 20 plates in front of me, and I'm just mashing out perfect identical plates while 3 people were plating 7 plates of one other dish for the same table. My teacher, who is a 2-hat chef, is just impressed watching me and she tells me to pass her my phone so she can take a photo, but then changes her mind and pulls out her phone. The head chef saw the phone, left the pass, grabs the phone out of my teacher's hand and throws it into the deep fryer, which was turned off luckily. Oh, see, my teacher lets out her in a head chef. She has only left industry to go into teaching 6 weeks ago and tears shreds out of her boss who is all like Dilligaff the school CEO was eating dinner with his family and walked into the kitchen to congratulate us on the wonderful dinner we cooked for them, and here's the commotion. He's all like, what the fuck mate? One of the other students tells him what happened. He fires the head chef on the spot and him all like, I'll just finish plating my lamb. I put up my 20 plates at the same time and I'm all like, fuck yeah, I did it. First one of these I can join in on. Well, let's start with the place I work. A science lab that specializes in nanotechnology is part of a university that has already had 2 to 3 major health and safety warnings. One was for someone leaving a strain of tuberculosis on a hot plate and leaving for the weekend. Another was for somebody pipetting arsenic by mouth. For instance, pick up a dangerous chemical in your mouth and spit it into another tube to save using 2 pence of plastic pipette. And one was for someone I happen to know quite well getting exposed to a fully open iron beam line. Luckily he seems fine and doesn't want kids anyway. So the most recent incident would involve a chemistry synthesis laboratory where a chemist was working in the basement of my building. He heard a halogenated solvent waste bottle hissing. For a little backstory, regular solvent waste, like acetone and methanol, go in special plastic bottles to dispose of. Halogenated solvents, ones that include chlorine or other nasty things, go into special glass waste bottles. Nothing but halogenated solvents should ever go in these bottles. So a hissing bottle meant that something was wrong. Most likely, someone had put something nasty into the bottle with the solvents, and it was decomposing into gas. This effectively created a pressure bomb. Well, the chemist heard this bottle hissing as he worked, and realizing pressure was building, went to open the bottle and release it before it blew. Unfortunately, it went off just as he walked over to it. The chemical lab looked like a bomb had gone off, become one literally had. The researcher survived, lots of glass cuts, and some nasty solvent burns, but he's okay now, after having 3 weeks off. The sucky part is, whoever put the wrong thing into the waste bottle and formed the pressure bomb was never found and probably never will be. Just another health and safety debacle in the world of science. I work for a major university and hospital, and one day earlier this year, someone simply asked to be removed from a group email because they were leaving the university. Not sure how, but they happened to email every single employee in the university. I'm guessing she was trying to email Summit Dept. This happened to include almost 22,000 employees, 22,558 to be exact. Doctors, directors, administrators, important people, etc. Then others also wished to be removed from the group. Next, people would ask them to not hit reply all by replying all. So tons of emails saying, please don't reply to all, came through, again, to everyone. Then the memes came. Next, people would send their own memes about the situation to, again, everyone. People would send their own memes, comment on the memes, most likely older people who weren't familiar with them, and said how fun they were. I don't always reply to emails, but when I do, I reply all type of memes. This went on for about 3 hours, until some buzzkill sent out a code of conduct email. I just found it hilariously awesome how for one day, for a few hours, everyone was glued to their emails to see the next meme, the next stop hitting reply all email, and just how annoyed some were at this. It was a pretty epic and hilarious day, so naturally, I saved all the emails, 133 total, to show as proof if I ever felt the need to share it on the World Wide Web one day. I'm not sure how to share it, but I totally will if people want to see the madness. TLDR, girl got fired for bad performance, made fun of for months. Turns out her husband was beating the shit out of her and she was scared for her life. The incident is now what a cunt the boss was about it. I work with a small team of music teachers and researchers at a major university. It's very demanding and competitive. 2 years ago, an intern was reprimanded for lax performance. The boss took her in a meeting and asked why she was turning research in late. She informed them she was going through a divorce and her time was compromised. A week later, she was told that her personal issues should not interfere with work, and she was fired. Her firing became the incident at work. The boss referred to her as an example of how interns could quickly be dismissed for a lax in performance. She became the horror story of the office, and generally a laughingstock. Several months later, it came out that her husband was arrested for beating her elderly father and sending him to the hospital. It went to court, and it came out that he had been beating his wife and her father, who lived with them, every day for longer than she had been employed with us. He tried to stab them, and on the night she finally called the police. She never cried or showed signs of emotional compromise at work. Literally the only sign anyone could see was that she was not getting homework done. Turns out she was being savagely beaten every night. Now the incident is how the boss and supervisors keep a poker face about the whole issue. I was an Italian food restaurant manager for 3 years. One night, on one of our busiest days of the year, I was cashing out the waitress, my girlfriend at the time, wife now, at the end of the night. The owner was there, because it was expected to be so busy. At this point everyone is cleaning up their areas getting ready to bounce. Cue fryer boys. The grease from a fryers had to be drained. Normally we let it sit and cool once it is emptied into a large metal pot. Well, these two kids are retarded and decided we macho men. We carry 30-gallon pot of hot oil to vat out back. Neither the owner or I saw them doing this, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. Next thing I know I hear a huge boom and screaming from two grown men. Technically, I will never forget. As they walked, the oil started to sway closer to the brim and eventually fell on the hand of one of the guys. He instantly dropped his side, leading to 30 gallons of not boiling oil, but hot enough oil, to splash and dump on the floor. They both instantly fell into the oil on the floor out back. As I rushed to help them, they are literally flopping like fish out of water in it. One crawls to the back door and runs outside, stripping off his clothes to his underwear. The other just crawls out of it. Both had third and some second-degree burn on their bodies. Luckily face was okay on both. One kid had to get skin grafts. I don't know what I would have done if the owner wasn't there, but let me tell you, I would not have done what he did. He didn't call an ambulance. He made the delivery kid drive the one that was worse off to the hospital. Yes, he's Italian. Most scumbag move ever. Thinking back, I should have just called 911. I still can hear their screams to this day, as can my wife. Screw the restaurant business. Worked at a big box home improvement store in a small town for 3.5 years. In that time period, we went through 7 store managers. 2 were due to incidents, though of different types. First one, this manager seemed to be this real hard-nosed, no-nonsense businessman. Store was recording great profits. All the numbers looked great, half-year bonuses were good. Then, all of a sudden, rumor came through that a call was made and we had a fleet of business suits wearing aprons show up. Turns out, he was fudging the books hard. The worst was that, not only did he get fired, but he took down 9 department heads who he had coerced into working off the clock and approving timesheets he had fudged to meet goals. All the department heads eventually won their unemployment appeals and got back benefits, but that started a long series of problems at the store during my time there. Turns out the manager had tried to pressure someone to work off the clock and she didn't want to. He then coerced her to go along with it by threatening her job ban sheet. She confided this to a friend, who everyone else in the store saw for a weasel right off the bat, but that's not super important here. She technically did the right thing, although she would later use it as leverage to get a promotion, who called into ours at the regional level and got the heads rolling. Weasel Girl would later be one of the people promoted to replace the people who were fired, and actually talked the next manager and ours into actually giving her command of 2 of the supervisor positions for the low price of 1.5. She then proceeded to neglect the department that required her to do more work than sit on her fat ass in the kitchen design and appliances showroom. This would eventually lead to the store having to hire a soup for that department. But, of course, they couldn't do anything about the deal they worked out with her ingratitude, and so she was the most well-paid supervisor in the store by a long shot after a luxurious 7 months with the store. She got a job elsewhere about a year later, and rode out on her faking broom. There was much rejoicing. Stepping down from the store managers for a minute, we also had an assistant manager who got caught for some shit. He was married, and his wife worked as a vendor representative in the store, basically only working morning shifts. He would work almost exclusively closing shifts when he could. Anyways, one day, me and some friends are hanging out in the break room, which is near the offices, and the secure door that leads into a room without cameras that leads into the vault. All of a sudden, one of the cashier supervisor and the assistant manager's wife come marching back there with a look of death on their faces, and the soup unlocks that door quicker than anyone I'd seen. We knew something was going down, so we had gathered in the hallway. Door flies open, lights are turned on, and this little pot-bellied assistant manager has one of the head cashiers bent over some old computers. The fireworks were great. As him was fired, the head cashier he was porking tried to stay around, but everyone knew what happened, and the dude's wife was beloved, so cashier chick was a pariah and quit soon after. This location would come into play in similar situations later. For a period of 6 months, we had a rash of cashiers being short by the vault's count, to the point of firing about a dozen. A handful of the head cashiers realized something was super fishy, and it ended up being that the chick in the vault was scooping money from the girls selling back their drawers to the vault, which was done via a pneumatic tube system. It ended one Saturday with police showing up and hauling her out on the busiest day of the month from the back of the store to the front so everyone could see her. The last happening during my time there, and the one that sucked the most, was of the vein of the assistant manager. We got a new store manager after a long string of shitty ones after Book Cooker got canned. Our store was a mess, our staff was demoralized, and it was showing in our sales performance. In comes a new store manager that is different from anything we had before. She's young, come up from cashier to store manager in about 8 years, super dedicated, focused on building a team ethic, personable but authoritative, and has a good eye for putting people in the right positions. She was manager for about 9 months. The first 6 were probably the best 6 months we had as a store during the entire time I was there. Then enters Senna Slimeball, SS from here on out. SS is a smart supervisor and a hard worker, but he has a very definite reputation. You see, SS has a thing for, and a way with women who have things to lose. The number of times my friend and I caught him in the store in compromising situations with a fellow supervisor who was married numbered in the dozens. In addition, we caught him with enough evidence to Sherlock Holmes him through at least a dozen other married women who worked in the store. He usually wouldn't fact them inside the store, though we did catch him once in the family/handicapped bathroom with one girl. Most of the time, SS and one of the women would disappear, and we could just look out and see how far his Suburban was parked away from the store and know if that's where they were or not. Anyways, when reasonably attractive, just being honest, she had a fat ass and a great face. Store manager showed up. He worked hard to get in her good graces. And, at a very evident mark about 6 months in, he apparently got into her good graces. The next 3 months, the store went down again. It became pretty obvious that he was making staffing decisions. Better people were overlooked for his friends for promotions. He was the de facto store manager as we approached the 9-month mark. Their relationship was just barely hidden, but the signs were there, and, looking back, SS was trying to do everything he could to make it apparent without stating it. They probably got off on the risk. Well, not probably. They definitely did, or they wouldn't have gotten caught. At work, in the same room and position that the assistant manager from the earlier story has been caught. Except, at least that situation had involved the good sense of doing it at night, when the vault person was off. Not during the morning shifts, when the vault people go in and out of that room all the time. One of the vault people opens the door to find SS railing the store manager, bent over a stack of computers. Store manager freaks out as vault worker stands for a moment, try to comprehend what she is seeing exactly. SS didn't stop until the store manager pushed him off. He stood there with a smile on his face, or so the official report went, while the store manager gathered herself and tried to get the vault worker to close the door behind her so they could talk in privacy. Didn't work. Vault worker went back into the vault and locked the door. How they do when they are doing a secure count requires a key the store manager and SS didn't have on them at that moment. It is usually kept in a locked drawer in the shared manager/assistant manager/interview office and called the district house rep to report it. Meanwhile, the rest of us out on the sales floor are wondering why we aren't getting manager service. I go back to the offices because I'm fed up of paging and calling and getting nothing, and there is SS acting as bouncer for the offices. You can't be back here right now, bro. I was having none of it. I'm stubborn and the store was in dire need of manager approval in too many places to count besides even my department. I started talking about the open door policy and sheet and he started puffing out his chest and daring me to get past him. Finally realized something was up. Store manager's door was closed and blinds were shut, but the office light was definitely on. SS was trying to get me to push him or something so he could get physical. I tell him to fuck off and leave, calling the assistant manager due in a couple of hours on my personal phone to let him know what has been going on from my perspective and hope he can just come in, since he is salaried and all. He gives me a no sheet that I wouldn't understand until 2 days later when the gossip had come down. He showed up in about 20 minutes and the day started getting back on track. Hour later, a bunch of district level people show up and go into closed door meetings with the store manager, SS, and the vault person. By the end of the day, SS and the manager were on an indefinite leave of absence that would not be verified as they both resigned to save being terminated for about a month. Much later, when I became a soup, I ended up bullshitting with that assistant manager I called in while he and I were overseeing a vendor project on an overpass shift, and I brought up that day with him. He told me the whole story, which, technically, he shouldn't have done, but he was a short timer at this point, because retail management is the key and there were better jobs he was qualified for and had been hired elsewhere. The store went into a new set of decline after that store manager, but it had started before she was gone. This wasn't my work, but my dad's. He was working on a part of the space program where a team of microbiologists would grow bacteria and pathogens in petri dishes and get my dad and his cowwalkers to figure out how to kill them to sterilize the ice. Well, dad and a cowwalker were working late one day and his cowwalker extracted the deadliest bacteria they had there in a syringe and accidentally pricked his finger slightly and thought nothing of it. He told my dad what happened, and it didn't register with dad how bad it could possibly be until the guy's hand was swollen about twice normal size. They called the head of the project, and he said to go to the hospital as soon as they can, and to not do anything in between. When they got to the hospital, their boss was there, and he was the one researching the bacteria that was in this guy's hand. It was not very common in our area and doctors did not know how to treat it properly. They were about to give him a regular antibiotic and the head of the project told the doctors if they gave him that, it would kill him. Apparently certain antibiotics would feed it, and others would kill it. After several painful hours in the hospital and near death, my dad's cowwalker pulled through and started getting better. Now they joke around about, but it scared them when it happened. TLDR, dad's cowwalker accidentally stuck his finger with a needle with a deadly bacteria on it. Doctors almost killed him, but he survived. I was a guard for a military base a few months ago as part of my conscription. One day we spotted a car on the CCTV cameras covering a secret storage bunker. We are supposed to be a little overprotective of the bunker, so we drove over there to check the guy's ID. We figured the guy was inside and we didn't have access, so we took his plate number and pulled his name. We drove back to the office where the guys with access were and asked if this guy had any right to be there. We were basically told to fuck off with our nosy sheet. This guy could be there as much as he'd like. The reason we were checking up on it was because it was unusual for people to be there so long and closed inside. But we let it be until sunset. When it got dark we noticed his brake lights were on. It was almost like we all knew something was up right there and then. We drove over again and climbed under the fence surrounding the bunker and checked on the car. The guy was sitting inside with a bullet wound in his head. He was leaning over the cup holders, which had filled up with coagulated blood and mush. We kinda knew it was too late, but we are supposed to call for an ambulance regardless. We were told to do CPR, but his body has already gotten too stiff. We didn't get him out of the car until the ambulance arrived, only to declare him dead at the scene. Some stayed behind to talk to the police when they arrived, while a colleague and I went back to base, where we of course met a lady asking for this guy in the reception. She was wondering if he had clocked out, which he had, but not in the good way. This was the hardest part to deal with. All we could say was that she had to wait. She burst into tears, and I almost did too. We did what we could to speed up the process, so she didn't have to wait too long to get the bad news. We even stole the priest from a sermon to keep her company. When it was over, it was really weird for the rest of my service. People were scared to talk about it around the guys on my team. Also, the bunker has always been scary at night, and nobody liked to patrol it. There were many cool stories of pranks and shit that happened there between the guards, but now I think there will mostly be grim stories about this. Eventually they'll be treated as myth. TLDR, guy shoots himself in the head on a military base. I was working for a company that undercut me from the start. I had in writing the promise of a raise after 1 year plus the yearly raise as it was seen fit, just like everyone who worked there. I busted my ass for the first year until the yearly review. I had fully learned the job, been to multiple classes for the job, did the work of 3 people every day. I worked my ass off. The regional manager comes down for the review and my supervisor sits in as well. He straight told me that I would not get my contracted raise, my yearly raise, and that they were cutting everyone pay due to the recession. Mind you, this was in 2011/2012. I would have kept my mouth shut, but I remembered that he had just taken a month-and-a-half long trip to Europe with his family of 6. I came in faking glued, called him out for running the shop with 2 techs to cover 5 states, while other shops had 8 to 9. We had posted a huge profit in our store alone that year, and out profit was covering losses from other stores, which he didn't run, and they didn't get pay cuts. I lost it. My supervisor sat there quietly the entire time, calming me down / quietly nodding in agreement, trying to help my cause. At the end I told him to shove the job up his ass and started packing my things. My supervisor approached me after and told me that everyone else just sat there and nodded in agreement as they got shit upon, and that I chewed everyone who worked there out as I packed my sheet 6 months after my supervisor called me offering my job back at the same pay because the regional boss got sheet canned. I didn't take it, but I was that incident on mobile and raging at the memory, so sorry about spelling / punctuation errors. This was about 10 years ago, but it's the incident that's still being referenced when our technicians complain of not having enough access rights. When a local tech needs to re-image a new laptop or something like that, we have software to automate the whole process, SCCM for those wondering. So basically the tech adds an entry, plugs the laptop anywhere on the network and reboots it, and bam, fresh Windows install with all our software pre-configured, all done automatically over the network. Well, one day our tech guy in France decides that he wants to do a whole bunch of laptops at once. So he broadcasts the install to all computers. The all computers list included hundreds of servers and thousands of workstation. On that day, I see a fellow sysadmin running like crazy in the direction of the server room. He yells, "Come help me," as he's going. I follow him and enter the server room. I see him frantically pulling the power cords out of all our server racks. After unplugging practically everything, he explains the situation to me. That day, all the France servers and part of the server farm in Canada, around 60 servers total, formatted themselves and rebooted into Windows Vista. Fortunately, when we pulled the plug, most servers were still into the pre-boot environment and downloading the image. The guy didn't lose his job or anything, but that really was an epic mistake. I worked at an incredibly conservative mega corporation. I'm talking about a suit and tie every day, no matter what your title is kind of place, overly conservative for the industry. One day a buddy of mine who was in an entry-level position goes into the bathroom with a hankering to take a deuce. He notices that only one of the 3 stalls had toilet paper and proceeds to use that one stall. After a few minutes of heavily concentrated deuce taking, in walks another guy who rushes to the stall next to my buddy, drops straw, and proceeds to let loose a volcano of liquid sheet. Unfortunate, but hey, we are humans. It happens. Now, my buddy knows that there is absolutely no toilet paper in that stall, and while he was in there listening to Mount Vesuvius going off, he noticed the very high-end shoes of the person in the stall next to him. It happened to be the president of this company, multi-billion-dollar company. So, he's sitting there, waiting for the "Oh no, there is no toilet paper in this stall, friendly neighbor, would you please lend me some?" comment. It never comes. Our company's president stands up, pulls up his pants, and leaves the stall. Beyond that, he didn't even wash his hands. He just had liquid sheet, didn't wipe his ass, and didn't wash his hands. From that day on, he was always referred to as President Dirty Bottom. I used to work at a large commercial bakery in my early 20s. I used to be the mixer. I was competent at the job. Not everyone could do it as it required some strength and some math ability. As I was prone to do, I would start mixing a dough and then go take a sheet/piss. Once you get everything set up and going, the process is pretty automated. Meaning you have the same amount of flour/yeast etc. point going in the dough, so it's normally a smooth process. Now this mixer has meters that measure the amount of yeast that goes in the dough. It was bugged where, if a certain amount was keyed in say 10 pounds of yeast, it would, instead of counting down from 10 to 0 and stopping, it would count up from 10 to 999. Well, I fat fingered the amount of yeast that should have went into the dough and input to instead of 22, and started it up, and went to take a piss. Round trip piss time, if I hustle, is probably a few minutes, usually about the time to check to pick up for the dough. The pickup tells me if I need to add water or flour to the dough so it gets the proper consistency. I come back at about 4 minutes, a little late for these buns. Think Burger King style buns, but not too bad. After working there a while, I can tell by the sound that something is wrong. All I hear is swish 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 coming out of the mixer, and I know that's bad. I look back at the meters and see the yeast meter at 999 and say, well, fuck. I call my boss and we try to decide what to do. Basically, the goal of the bakery is to not waste ingredients. If something is bad dough, they cut it up and put say 50 pounds of it into the other doughs and mix it all together. We open up the mixer and yeast/dough just starts shooting out of the mixer. We cannot bring troughs over fast enough to catch it before it hits the ground. It just keeps expanding everywhere. We get it split up into like 4 troughs. I spend like all day putting buckets of the bad dough into various other doughs and having to alter, guess, the amount of yeast to put into them. I also spend more time cleaning up the mess after my shift ends so as to not fuck over the next guy. I get written up, of course, but well, who cares, fuck that place. They don't give a shit about the workers as long as the bread/buns kept coming off the line. A friend I work with was in the only toilet stalls on that particular side of the building work. In comes a newer guy into the bathroom. The friend can see him through the seam of the door walking around kinda panicked. The new guy has got to shit in a bad way. Now to get to the other side of the building to where the other crappers are is about a 2-minute walk, and this guy's is in one of those situations where he ain't gonna make it. Now my friend is sitting there thinking the same, but is not in a position to finish up. He is mid-turt himself. New guy is desperate and proceeded to try and crap into one of those little floor drains. Well, that didn't work out so well due to the grating https://www.cosindustrial.com on the drain. Just ends up piling up a mess. Now you would think that after doing the deed he would nope the fuck out of there. Nah, he then goes on to try and clean it up with paper towels, smears sheet all over the place. My friend can also see that he sheet on his sock a bit too. New guy ends up going back into the plant to continue working, and knowing of the sheet sock he has, he is wearing shorts, so it is very visible. My friend of course goes on to tell the team what happened, and they all see the sheet sock. It gets reported to our supervisor, who then has to talk to the guy and send him home to change. He came back the next day, which was impressive. Some would not due to the embarrassment. Late to the party, but, the puppy stomping incident. Long story, but the owner of the fine establishment I work at is worth a ballpark of 100 million, owns a metric fuck ton of real estate in the area, and generally doesn't give a shit about anything, and hates showing up to where I work due to the fact that the store still pulls in around 7 million profit/year without any excess effort put in. His son, who has Tourette's, works as a manager and owns a beagle. His tick is barking. Beagles bark. The owner and the son absolutely despise one another, and the owner hates that beagle even more than his son. The son brings the beagle to work with him every chance he can get to further annoy his father. One day around 6 years ago, his father had enough and walked over to the crate where the beagle was, ridiculously inhumane for upwards of 6 hours in a crate, and jumped on the crate until it collapsed. Mind you, we have security cameras, and customers had cell phones. The beagle didn't die, but was pretty badly injured, and to this day is absurdly skittish, and scared of virtually everyone. Best part, lawsuits ensued following this incident. But, when you're worth 100 million, you can scrub the internet of the video and drop the lawsuit as quick as it was established. So no video exists anymore, and there were no repercussions. To this day, the owner still makes backhanded threatening comments about the dog to various coworkers. It's great. TLDR, owner and son hate one another. Son barks, owns beagle. Dad jumps on beagle and pays to have all evidence removed of beagle stomping. One of the servers at an Applebee's I used to work at wagered $100 with the stupidest / most untrustworthy cook we had on the Miami Heat, losing that night. The server lost the bet, so he paid up like any decent human being that lost a bet should. About 1 week later, the same idea gets proposed, only it was the cook's idea this time, because he was looking for another easy 100. However, this time, the cook lost the bet, and he absolutely refused to pay. Obviously my friend, the server, didn't take that lying down, since he paid up when he lost, so he starts shoving the cook while they're by the prep area in the kitchen. Eventually, they move out to behind the restaurant, shoving and shouting, with all of the cooks backing up one of their own, with one even grabbing a beer keg and threatening to throw it on the server's car, and the servers getting to work at that time just standing around the arena telling them to chill out. The dishwasher eventually showed up, pulled into the parking lot, and, in support of the cook, boxed in the server's car, since he was supposed to be leaving at that time. With full anarchy ensuing in the parking lot and customers arriving, talking about it once they got inside, the store manager eventually heard about it, came out of his office, and proceeded to break it up, and also firing only the server. Nothing like that ever happened before, and nothing has ever come close to being, that is this really happening here right now? Since it didn't happen today, but it's still a good story. I work in a bike shop. It's nothing special, not boutique or anything like that. Imagine a mom and pop sort of shop. Now imagine that this shop A has no air conditioning, and B, it's mid-July in Wisconsin with a humidity of 80%. So, it's a busy day on the floor. Our salesmen are working on selling / building / repairing bikes, etc. This middle-aged gentleman walks in, slightly hunched over, maybe a $180, 200 lbs. He's got kind of a scrunched face and a balding head. Anyways, he walks in and practically grabs me by the shirt. This was the exchange. Sir, can I use your restroom please? It's urgent. Having never been confronted with a grown man asking for the bathroom urgently, I said sure. Mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 was getting this man to the bathroom in time. Fast forward about 15 minutes. The man gets out of the bathroom and waddles into the front. At this point I've forgotten about him. He approaches me, the only one kind enough to talk to him and rescue him I guess, and says, and I can't make this up, don't be embarrassed. What that meant, I still have no idea to this day. It wasn't the cryptic message that this man had left that was the first clue that I had indeed made a grave error in letting him use our restroom. It was the smell. I don't know how he did it, but that man had managed to spray liquid fecal matter over a large majority of the bathroom. By a large majority, I mean, from stem to stern it was covered in sheet. The only conclusion that I can come to is that this man dropped his pants much less than fast enough. At t. 3 seconds, not facing the toilet. These are my CSI skills coming into play. He began his sheet-fueled descent to the seat. At t. 2 seconds, there was a catastrophic O-ring failure, and the fuel tanks began dumping everything. At t+3 seconds, there must have been at least 1 cubic meter of sheet erupting from this man's asshole. At t+5 seconds, the 180 turn had been completed, and he was finally sitting down, but the damage was done. 1 wall, caked in sheet, 1 toilet seat, caked in sheet, even the toilet was caked in sheet. And the smell, my god, the smell. Remember the 80% humidity in mid-July? It was 94 degrees. We had to do a short-term evacuation of the shop. IMS was called. Emergency services arrived. Long story short, it was a mess. I'll never forget that though. I'll never forget what the man said. If I ever have a Challenger disaster, I will keep his words near and dear to my heart. Don't be embarrassed. Godspeed, you brave sheeter. Godspeed. TLDR, Challenger exploded in sheet-tastrophe in my bathroom. About 4 years ago, a woman set fire to a roll of toilet paper in the ladies' room, walked out and returned to her desk. When the fire was discovered, the ladies' room was filled with black smoke because she had set the toilet paper roll right at the base of the toilet, and the plastic toilet seat caught fire. The building was evacuated, and after the fire department showed up, put out the fire, and gave the all clear, we returned inside and immediately started reviewing security camera footage. It was pretty obvious who did it, because she was the last person to walk out of the ladies' room before the fire was discovered. So we burned the footage to a CD for the police. The police agreed that she was definitely the guilty party, so our department called her into our conference room to chat with the detectives. They told her they had her on camera, and she denied everything. They asked her if she smoked. She said yes. They asked her if she had a lighter on her. She said no. Then, in the middle of their questioning, she asked to use the bathroom. The detectives let her use the unisex bathroom that was right outside the conference room and stood guard outside the door. After a few minutes, she opened the door to the bathroom and returned to talk to the detectives. Immediately after she opened the door, one of the detectives stepped into the bathroom to have a look around. There, behind one of the toilets, was the lighter she had stashed. Shortly afterward, they arrested her. Later that day, we found that she had posted pictures on her Facebook account while she was sitting outside with fellow employees waiting on the all clear to return to work. Her photos were captioned with something like, "Fire at work, sitting outside." Her husband replied to her post jokingly accusing her of trying to burn the building down. Now here's the crazy part. The next day, this woman calls into our department to ask if she can come back to work, as if she hadn't just been caught trying to burn the building down. As far as I know, she's still paying the company restitution for the damages, which, amounted to a little over $100,000, mainly from smoke damage to the restroom and the office's ceiling tiles and ventilation system. On weekends I work part-time helping a friend out who runs a local hospital's IT group. It's a pretty sweet gig. I get paid to come in and help clean up their server room, re-image PCs when they need it, move equipment around, and help the networking team when they need it, cleaning up network drives, moving files around, and keeping the equipment books up to date. One Saturday I reported to my friend that a few of the drives are close to full, but because these drives were where each user's personal data was stored, I was not allowed to go in them without our approval. These are 50 TB drives that have been filling up at an alarmingly fast rate over the last few weeks leading up to that Saturday. My friend calls me one day and tells me that everyone involved in the networking group has to be on site as soon as possible, and it was an emergency meeting. During the meeting it was brought to everyone's attention that the hospital was being fined because someone was using the network to torrent movies from Pirata Bay. Apparently this wasn't the first time and was resulting in a rather large fine. Now the entire networking staff was brought in and we had to audit all users' traffic from the previous 6 months. We had to find out who the user was in the time. So, after some digging we find that someone was logging in under a generic admin user account, which only the networking team had, and was opening up the network to pirate almost daily. We look at the amount of sheet that was downloaded and turns out terabytes of movies, music, porn, etc. were downloaded over the last few months. Turns out the times that were logged through the login records were during the day throughout the week. We find it out after some snooping around and asking that it was the goddamn hospital administrator. She was a 48-year-old woman who, if you spoke to her, was all business all the time, but I guess she would cup hundreds of torrents a day and just pirate away. More digging leads to one of the network admins who was plowing this chick, and I guess he explained to her how to torrent and gave her the admin user account / password, but she was supposed to be taking the stuff she torrented off the network drives and delete it from her folders. Apparently she just was downloading it and not deleting the copies after she would copy it to a portable drive. So the network admin was fired the next day and the hospital administrator was brought in front of the board where she was confronted about what she was doing. On top of the fine that the hospital had to pay, she was opening this very secure network without an permission, risking the system and all of the patient information to the internet. She was fired that day and the networking group was turned into what I can only describe as Nazi Germany. People were now required to log time for everything, including accessing a folder, program, locking their workstation, etc. If they didn't log it, they were pulled into my friend's office, where he would grill them for every single bit of information. He was now required to by the board. I ended up not being able to work there anymore because of all of the changes, although there are talks of hiring me back part-time again, since the board approved of my work and such. All I know is if you plan on boning the chick who runs the hospital, make sure she isn't a dumb asshole. Shortly after completing 8 in the army and getting to my unit, they had just returned from Kuwait right at the beginning of the war. 2003, everyone is going on leave, except us new privates who are just lounging and keeping the barracks clean. One day, I think it was a Sunday, R1SG, CSM, Battalion Commander, Group CSM, and Group Commander are calling us out of our rooms and telling us to get in uniform. We are going to be on guard duty for a few days. Come to find out, one of the guys said he was going to Savannah, Georgia for leave, but instead takes a trip to Honduras, orders himself an underage prostitute, and refuses to pay her after services have been rendered. The pimp comes along to get his money and this guy still refuses to pay, and the pimp pulls a gun on him. Dude tries to run and is shot in the leg. The Honduras government gets involved because a US GI just got shot on their soil. Nearly causes an international incident for some reason. This guy also happened to own a part of my detachment. Woo. Go signal. So everyone is coming back from leave sporadically, and my buddy and I are telling everyone the story in our detachment, because this sheet is hilarious. All of the veterans of the unit are laughing harder than is probably necessary, and I ask why. He has the handicap symbol on his leg. I can only picture him being shot in the stick person head. This is to a man every person's response. He didn't get shot in that area, or even that leg. Dude is court-martialed and kicked out of the army dishonorably. The day of his exit, everyone that is allowed to has a sidearm, because this dude is known as being a bit crazy. R1SG, who is a green beret with a goddamn mustard stain on his jump wings, combat jump for those unfamiliar, has his 9mm just in case nothing happens. Dude is escorted home, and I never hear about him again. We call it the Crazy Cross incident. I should look him up. I've had a few, but here is a story about the time I was the incident. I was working as a safety consultant. My job was to go into workplaces, point out unsafe things, and recommend fixes while going to grad school, and was near the end of writing my thesis. A walking heap of stress that unconsciously overreacted to the slightest things, not normal for me. I was known to be the one sent into the weird/unsafe jobs because of my ability to stay calm. But grad school can be hell, and working part-time in a very dysfunctional office did not help. We had a front desk employee who did next to nothing except switch accents while talking when she listened to the BBC and tried to tell her kid over the phone not to burn their house down. She didn't actually do any work that anyone knew of. Enter the incident. I had to work up some visual aids, so I needed to cut some stuff. Lots of stuff. I had not slept the night before because thesis. Just needed to cut this sheety paper and I could get back to thesis and pretend to work. The paper cutter was the type in elementary school the teacher used to cut construction paper. You weren't allowed to use it then because you would chop your hand off. The guillotine. Big, bulky, Soviet looking, but effective as hell. 20 minutes of looking through the office. No paper cutter. I don't want to ask crazy British Zen lady where it is. I'm fearing what could have happened to it. I'm actually worried about the guillotine. My heart is racing because I can't find a paper cutter. Who did this to me? Eventually, I have to do it. I ask Zen lady where the guillotine is. Turns out a few days earlier she decided the guillotine just didn't fit the aesthetic of the office. Too bulky, too medieval, looked like a guillotine, nowhere to put it. She took this matter directly to the president and he concurred. The president had no idea what it was even there for. Seething anger, I catch myself from saying something stupid and ask, so what do we do to cut paper now? She smiles, rummages around her desk, and hands me a plastic board, a ruler, and a knife. It is almost elegant in its inefficiency, and as a safety consultant, I note it is possibly the most unsafe choice available. I just use these and cut everything one at a time. It's very meditative. T for Triceratops. You should try it. There is a part of me that is near insanity, to the point that I ignore that part and think, okay, let's try this. With each cut, I can feel the anger boiling inside me. I feel like Anakin Skywalker finally giving into the dark side more and more with each cut. I made it 3 cuts before I quietly set down the cutting materials and very sharp knife and grabbed my papers. This will not work, I say. I turned to walk to my office and it happened. I audibly mumble something along these lines while walking past 2 training rooms full of about 60 people. What kind of faking company is this faking place that we have to cut all this paper and we don't have a paper cutter? We have an X-Acto knife and a ruler. I can't believe this. How am I going to cut this paper? Why do I work here? What am I doing with my life? How are we even in business? I have paper to cut and I can't cut it now. I have to use scissors. All the way to my office. My coworkers are asking me if I'm okay and all I can say is to my bosses, the paper cutter is gone. I can't do this right now. I'm going home. I came back the following week. There was a new paper cutter just like the old one. No one mentioned the incident for a few weeks until after I finished my thesis. A few months later, in related matters, I had a nervous breakdown. I like to use this story when people think that going to grad school and working is a great idea. TLDR, lack of an office paper cutter leads to eventual public nervous breakdown. Never forget the guillotine. I was the new CTO for a small software company and we needed a hybrid Ruby developer / sysadmin. I knew the perfect guy for this, and so I lobbied the CEO heavily for his hire. He was hired, and about 3 weeks later he was tasked with migrating our many legacy on-prem databases to a central multi-tenant database. We had already spent countless hours doing this manually for several hundred customers, but with 1200 more to go, he sets about to automate this. He writes his script and tests it out on a few databases. In theory, the data would be copied to a temporary holding database, the keys would be synced to match the keys in the production database, which was serving live traffic and getting live updates, and then the data would be copied over and the temp database deleted. All the tests pass, and he changes the script to point to the production databases, but he fubers the variables and switches them up in his head. Once he kicked off the script, instead of deleting the temp database, he deletes the production database. It only took about 20 minutes to restore a backup from the night before, but that meant we had lost about 14 hours of mission critical customer data. Fortunately, one of the other developers had a 2 hours old local copy of the full production database for his own work. But, since the site had come back online, it had started to regain traffic and submissions from customers, about 250 new posts per minute, and we cannot lose this data, but now the IDs are conflicting with the backup. It took us about 6 hours to interweave the data from the backup in with the new live data that was coming in from customers. Fortunately, we were able to do so with minimal data loss. We implemented a real-time master/slave failover the next day. I still give the guy shit about it 6 years later. The shredder incident. Systems administrator wasn't particularly well liked by the rest of the team, and rather useless as well. We had 2 data centers in Curacao. One needed to decommissioned. This involved someone flying down there, turning off all the machines, and then using a disk shredder boot disk to destroy the data on the drives, and arrange to FedEx the servers back to the head office. Everyone thought, perfect, let's send shredder down there, even he can't fuck this up. Whoops. How would the rest of us have done it? Fly down, hit the beach, hit the DC, turn off machines, go back to beach, wait until the next day to see if anyone complains. No complaints? Cool. Put in disk shredding tool and start the wipe, go to the beach. Come back, pack it up, ship them, go to the beach, fly home easy. No, not if you're this twarthet. One fine Tuesday morning, the guys in the knock start freaking out that all sorts of production machines in Curacao are going offline. Not the decommissioned site machines, but the live machines. Yes. The two that went to the wrong data center and immediately started using the disk shredding tool on production servers. I'll never forget the look on the ad manager's face when she realized what the cause of the down machines was. Turns out he was able to destroy the drives on 4 production machines before we found someone to pull him out of the DC. Fun times restoring old FreeBSD 4.3 boxes. When he returned, he was unapologetic, did not lose his job, and even complained to ours when his desk area was littered with caution tape, a monster com doll, and a paper shredder. Now, he works in it at a local nuclear plant. Got a few good ones. First was a few years ago, while I was working at the NOC of a telecommunications company that is located in St. Louis. Seems a supervisor and a few of his peers like to screw around from time to time with those toy guns that shoot those little plastic balls as projectiles. The supervisor left for a meeting and left the door to his office open. One of the peers bet another one that he couldn't hit the sprinkler head above the sub's desk with that toy gun they had. Needless to say, it was a direct hit that activated the sprinkler system and flooded the office in about 8 inches of water. The capper was we were on the 2nd floor of our building directly over a doctor's office that did outpatient surgical procedures that were subsequently flooded while they had patients under the knife. It was pretty funny looking at the pair who caused the damage pace around outside while the fire department went in to survey the damage. They were dead men walking and knew it. They were let go the next day and the damages our company incurred were well in the 6-digit range. Second was at another telecommunications company in Kansas City back before the telco bubble burst, 2002-2001-ish. Our company was positioned as one who put the employee first and was very active in the community. One way they did this was to be exceptionally friendly to the rainbow crowd and seemed to hire every gay/le person they could find. That in and of itself wasn't a big deal, but to one unsuspecting person it would be. Our office spanned 2 floors and the IP group that I was in was the only group located on the bottom floor. It was pretty sweet as we had our own kitchen and bathroom. We totally dug being the only ones who used the bathroom as it was almost always empty. This fact apparently became clear to a few folks on the 2nd floor. We came into work one day to find a scathing email from our boss and the building manager about appropriate use of facilities and how some things should be kept at home, and they were doubling their efforts to unmask the culprits. Nobody really had any idea what to make of it until ours came by spill the beans. Seems a few folks on the 2nd floor were really into each other and decided to go to the downstairs men's room for some nasty gay sex. They were intruded upon by the poor cleaning lady who was making her late afternoon rounds mid-stroke. She screamed as they raced past her, knocking her to the floor and breaking her elbow. She never got a good look at their faces and management was out for blood as the cleaning lady was injured. They even had her silently walk through the offices to see if she could recognize anyone from the incident. They were never located and nobody ever fessed up. Which incident? I work in property management, and in my first year here these are the incidents we have seen. My 1 year will be 12/08. We had an apartment whose resident had befriended members of the gang Manuscript 13 who were being sought out for a stabbing murder. Some family of the individual who had been stabbed found out they were there and began banging on doors of nearby apartments threatening other residents. They didn't know the exact apartment. 2 days later the apartment was raided by a sheetload of cops. They called the office ahead of time and said, "Have the keys ready, we have a warrant." Eventually the guys got arrested off-site and the resident who actually lived there just disappeared back home. Her family came and got all the stuff in the apartment. This was my first month. A few months later a woman from a neighboring apartment complex kept having her dog shit on our property. We asked her to stop. Her husband, or boyfriend, came over and began yelling at my coworker and I saying, "Don't talk to my woman like that, clearly a classy individual." We literally said, "Hey, please stop bringing your dog over here to poop, you never pick up after it." The next morning he attempted to get in an altercation with our groundskeeper and swung out him. Our groundskeeper beat the shit out of him. Again cops, no charges ultimately pressed, but those dogs don't come over anymore. Lastly, in June or July, I don't remember the exact month, we had an apartment explode on a Saturday. I was the only one working that day. The residents had been cooking honey oil in their apartment, and it blew up. A large fire ensued. More cops etc. They don't live here anymore, and last time I checked, we're going to go to court over the incident. So these would be our works multiple the incidents. So mine isn't as exciting as the other stories, but I'll tell anyways. So I'm 17 years old and a senior in high school, and I've been a waitress at a little Japanese joint with hibachi and sushi for a little under a year now. The owner is half Korean, half Japanese, with his wife and all other workers being Korean, excluding another waitress who is Chinese. All of them speak English fairly well, but they have me answer the phone and train new English speaking staff to avoid miscommunication. So one day I come in and find that they have hired a new waiter, a 19-year-old Mexican guy who was born in America and speaks only English, mind you, because of most of the other workers' minority status. It is difficult for them to pay taxes and do other conventional workers things, and because of the lack of structure and law abiding, and because of how understaffed we are, I end up working way over the legal hour limit for minors and get paid under the table. Basically, I work a lot, so when this new guy came in I was really happy and was hoping to reduce my 4 days a week to 3, considering I'm still in school and I'm about to start applying to college. So I start training him and he is totally incompetent. Like, for example, I would send him to ask a table for their drinks, and when he'd come back, it'd say okay what did they order, you know, so I could show him how to enter it into the computer and prepare them, and he would just say oh, I forgot, I don't know. And then sort of meander off to do something else, or go drink soda or something. I thought, okay, he's probably just nervous, and I was really bad when I first started to. So him trying really hard to be patient, and throughout the night, he becomes very visibly disheveled. His work shirt is like completely open, exposing his bare stomach. His hair is all messed up, and has stumbling and slurring his words. So my boss, a 50-year-old spunky Japanese Korean guy, goes over to his drink and smells it. It's faking filled with hot sake, Japanese rice wine, fairly strong liquor, and has been drinking all night. Not only is he not of drinking age, it's work hours and has openly interacting with customers sloppy drunk. Obviously, he gets fired on the spot. He then had the nerve to ask my boss to pay him for the 3 hours has been working. My boss tells him to fuck off and he leaves, and little old but corpse is back to working until 12 o'clock on school nights 4 days a week with barely any time to focus on studies, while the 19-year-old adult with work experience and no school to worry about gets drunk in the back and gets fired. Really blows. But I have a really good relationship with my boss and his wives and all my other co-workers, so we talk about it and laugh about it sometimes to this day. Come to think of it, it's actually pretty sad, because that man is definitely an alcoholic to the point where he couldn't even hold down a serving job. TLDR, work hires new waiter who gets sloppy drunk and exposes himself to customers. This happened over 15 years ago. I was the manager for my father's Cajun fast food fish restaurant. We were kind of like Captain D's meets Joe's Crab Shack. I had been working there for around 4 years at that point, so I had the routine down pretty well, and was a pretty responsible guy for my age. We had 6 deep fryers that had to be filtered once or twice a day depending on the amount of business we had. I had literally done this task over 1,000 times before. We had a type of filter machine that was basically a 2 feet by 3 rectangular stainless steel vat with wheels and an electric pump. It had been abused over the years and had developed some cracks on the corners. It had been JB welded several times, but that was always a temporary fix. It leaked oil all over the tile when we used it, which was a huge hazard. The night in question was just like any other. I would empty the hot 300 degrees oil into the vat while doing other cleaning around the kitchen, then return to scrape the fryer out before pumping the oil back into it. I had just emptied the 3rd fryer into the vat and was walking back to finish the job when I slipped and nearly fell face first into it. I grabbed an adjacent hand sink and propped my foot against the edge of the vat, and for a split second was saved before I slipped and my entire foot and ankle became submerged. I immediately fell to the tile floor and pulled my shoe off. As I peeled my steaming hot sock off, I could see my skin sloughing away with the fabric. Immediately the adrenaline started pumping. I handed my keys off to a coworker I trusted, and luckily my sister, who was also working that night, rushed me to the hospital. My mother, who is a nurse, arrived about a half an hour later and was furious that I hadn't even received the most basic assistance like cold saline. I waited nearly an hour before receiving any medical treatment. My sister wheeled me outside and I waited for assistance there because the cool night air was soothing on the still steaming burns. I found out once I was admitted to a room that the reason that I was treated so poorly was that the staff assumed that I had been burned while cooking methamphetamine despite my oil-soaked work clothes and fishy smell. I'm still disgusted by this. I was obviously working, but regardless of that, anyone who comes to an ER with such serious injuries should be treated first and forehand. They are not there to pass judgment on people, they are there to heal them. The ER doctor informed me that I would likely lose all of my toes, if not my whole foot, before he administering antibiotics and pain meds and sending me home. That did not happen. I had second and third degree burns over most of the upper part of my foot and ankle. The idiot doctor that I saw the next day thought it would be a good idea to debride the blisters, and that resulted in a nasty infection. I ended up going to a plastic surgeon who prescribed me a powerful antibiotic and some stronger pain medication. I was out of work for a month and couldn't walk on that foot for at least 3 weeks. When I finally returned to work, I was informed that my father had lost the business, had been bought out by his previous employer, and that I was to turn my keys in immediately. Jump in Jesus on a pogo stick. Was that a shitty summer? TLDR, don't stick your foot into a vat of hot fryer fat. Mess you up. I unknowingly left my wallet at work earlier in the day. I was on my way out the door to go to a club and realized it was missing, but I knew where I had left it. It was around 12 AM, but I had a key to the store, so I drove over to pick my wallet up. As I pull up, I see a younger co-worker, F16, sitting on the curb outside. She's crying. I get out and approach her, and she wipes her tears away and tries to ask me for a ride home. Her speech was slurred, she was stuttering, and she could barely walk. I told her I wouldn't take her home unless she told me why she was crying and what she was on. Her words. To co-workers, M17, M20 had closed with her that night. They convinced her to go with them to the old baseball field to hang out. Upon arrival, she told them she had a headache, and the M17, who I know sells pills to a few people at work, offered her Advil. When it kicked in, she fell from dizziness and they proceeded to wrap her. The guys got scared, packed her back up in the car, and dumped her back at the store. I took her home, and her mother told me she would call the cops. She didn't. I should faking called the cops at the store. I feel like a major dumbfuck, like I let her down. When she came to work the next day for questioning, she told my boss and ours that they were just smoking weed. I told them her original story before she came in, so instead of a rap investigation, they all just got fired because the story wasn't straight. It was utter bullshit. Now, no one under the age of 18 is allowed to close, and we drug test monthly. TLDR, a co-worker was tricked into taking bars by 2 male co-workers after work. She was possibly wrapped. Told boss it was just weed after she told me it was pills and that she consented, so trio was just fired. We now drug test monthly. Restaurant that my friends and I all worked at. Kind of a weird setup, but it's set up like a small coffee shop with seating area at the front of the house and a bar you could sit at which faced the kitchen. No walls so the customers could watch the chef prepare their meals. Pretty laid back brunch spot that would get packed on the weekends. I remember coming in one day to meet up with a coworker who would be off shortly. Fast forward and we are outside smoking when we hear a slow creak, as if you were aboard a big ship in the middle of a storm. We look inside and everybody is looking up at the ceiling. Maybe 1 second later, the ceiling falls apart and sewage starts raining down all over the kitchen and customers. Turns out the upstairs neighbor had put their apartment up on Airbnb and the previous tenant had let a toilet back up. Apparently the floors had just been soaking in 2-inch deep sewage for 3 weeks before it gave away. The ceiling was painted black so nobody ever noticed a difference in the way it looked. After reading all these comments about uncleaned commercial kitchen appliances, I should also note that one of the chefs asked if my buddy and I could clean out the freezers. We didn't realize that somebody had unplugged the freezers when the literal sheet storm occurred, and the restaurant had been closed for renovations for a week already. Talk about exploding bags of rotting meat. Had 2 incidents at the aircraft repair station I used to work at. We specialized in composites repair, so we had an assortment of super fun chemicals that I'm fairly certain aren't legal for use on anything but aircraft. First, less serious incident involved a coworker in my sub shop. My shop was the section that dealt with the actual application of composites, which meant a lot of clean room time and a lot of sanding. We used mostly graphite, which turns into nasty carbon dust once sanded away, and it cakes on everything. I'm still finding it in my box 2 years after leaving. Pretty much the only way to really get it all off is to use acetone, which we went through like water. It especially likes accumulating on the full and half face respirators we used to prevent us from breathing it in. Normally, you use soap and water to clean off the inside and outside of the respirator, but genius coworker decided to use acetone to clean it because the normal way takes a bit of effort, completely ignoring the fact that it damages the plastic those masks are made of. It adds an extremely volatile cleaner to a device that creates a pretty good airtight seal to your face. So what does genius coworker do? Straps it on to go back to work. Does not make it 2 steps before he's overcome by the fumes and just drops like a sack of potatoes. We get it off his face, and as soon as we wake him up we send him off to the hospital, all of us laughing so hard we can barely breathe. Never let him live that one down. The other incident was at another of our facilities, where we have most of our paint work done. At this point, several of our facilities still used methyl ethyl ketone, MEK. If you know anything about this chemical, you know it is a dangerously volatile cleaning chemical, and that you don't use anything even resembling a spark near it, or anywhere it was recently used. Well, one of the painters, after having sprayed a few parts and emptying the paint booth, decided that, instead of going outside to have a smoke while the parts cooked, he'd just light up in the paint booth, thinking it would vent the fumes outside. It caused an explosion that killed himself and 2 other painters and lead to all of our facilities banning the use of MEK. TLDR acetone cleaning a respirator then putting it on. Guy lights up after using MEK. Oh my god, I'm so late to the party, but I feel I could win this Reddit karma race with this story. Years back I had a manager that was a little odd. Rumor was that he had started sleeping with another manager on another account. We will call him Frank and her beach, because, well, she was a cunt. One night my coworker and I pretty much confirmed that Frank and Beach were sleeping together. They were in his office with the door shut after most people had left for the day for an hour or so, and didn't respond to knocks on the door, even though we needed our manager to take care of a few things for us. She came out after a while, walk of shame ensues, and now everyone is onto them. They still try to hide it, but not nearly as much as before. He even set a picture of her as his desktop background. A year or so pass, and Frank and Beach are still doing the nasty. Frank decides it would be a great idea to get his wife a job at our work, on Beach's account. Everyone see what is going to happen next. Frank's wife with Beach as her manager cannot go well. We are all pretty surprised when it takes about 4 months for his wife to realize what is happening. When the shit hits the fan, Frank's wife leaves him, and we never hear from her again. About a week after this there are rumors going around that Beach is now not only sleeping with Frank, but with one of the visiting clients from India. Word starts spreading of this, and Frank is getting more and more depressed, and just acting weird. The next day I come into work at 6:30 am and our director instantly pulls me into his office, which is odd, since he usually is not there until at least 8 or so. He proceeds to tell me that Frank is not going to be into work today because he tried to commit suicide the night before. Frank had a bunch of black powder and gasoline in his basement and decided to end it. He took a bunch of sleeping pills, lit a fire in his basement, and then tried to fall asleep on his couch. The gasoline and gunpowder caught fire and blew his house to smithereens. There was literally nothing left but the foundation. A coworker and I drove there later in the day to take a peek, and it was such a large and hot explosion that it had melted his truck in the driveway and almost destroyed the 2 neighboring houses. Turns out Frank survived this. Not only did he survive, but he walked away from it with only a flaming beard. When he came out of the house, one of the neighbors tried to put his beard out, but Frank tried to attack him. The cops show up and quickly throw Frank in prison. Beach, a few days later, posts bail for him and has him move in with her and her husband. Beach's husband apparently is not the smartest guy, as Beach and Frank continue to sleep together for a few months without him finding out. One day he walks in on them making out in the hallway and just assumes Frank is attacking his wife, so he beats the shit out of Frank and kicks him out. While all this is going on, Beach keeps to herself that she is pregnant, obviously because she doesn't know whose it is. After a few months of pregnancy, she finally tells her husband and leads him to believe it is his, probably hoping it doesn't come out brown, since her husband is white. This whole thing blows over after a few months, but she becomes more and more pregnant. One day at work about 8 months later, her water breaks. A coworker takes her to the hospital to have a baby and Beach's husband meets them there. She has the baby with no complications except for one. The baby is in fact not white, but looks very Indian. Turns out her husband doesn't notice. A few months later they come into my work together to show off their baby to everyone, and he is none the wiser. She ended up getting fired for lying to our clients and for being an all-around cunt. That is still go to drama story at my place of work. I had a summer job for the better part of 3 years at a marina on a very busy and popular lake. The marina was the hangout spot every weekend for all boaters. We had a full restaurant and store on the water, as well as a gas station with several pumps. Well, one Friday this guy pulls up to a gas pump with this blonde trophy wife in a speedboat. He's probably around his early 50s, and she is maybe 25. The gas pumps on the lake don't have the tracks under the handle, so you can't squeeze it and just let it keep pumping unsupervised. So this man, thinking he beat the system, puts a bottle in the handle of the pump, so it is still pumping when he lets go. He gets back in his boat and a bunch of people come from the restaurant to come look at his boat. Everyone's drinking and he's talking about the boat's speed and how much it cost when smoke starts coming out of where you put the nozzle in, and everyone sees this and starts backing up. Then the smoke got thicker and the guy in the boat yells it's gonna blow and jumps into the water, leaving his wife in the boat. She looks around and says what? And right after she finished speaking, the boat blew up and caught on fire. It was bad. She ended up having 3rd-degree burns on her right side of her body, and the guy was okay somehow being in the water. The day after the incident, a news crew comes to interview people and employees of the marina about the boat explosion. Well, the best part is, while they are filming this stoner of an employee we had on live television, he stops talking and just says and fuck her right in the bussy on live TV. After everything settled, it was known as the bussy explosion of 2012. Super late to this party, but I work in politics and there are scandals aplenty. A state senator was acting as president of the Senate, which means he runs the floor. He gaveled out the session, got in his car, and started driving home. He was pulled over and blew a .2. He was not convicted and remains in office to this day. There's a loophole in our law that says politicians cannot be charged with a crime if they are going to war from the Capitol, and that's how he got off. 2 state representatives, both married with families, were caught hooking up in a car in a parking lot of a local park. They were charged with public indecency, and they denied everything and claimed the cop who cited them did it for political reasons. They claimed they were just meeting up to exchange documents, so now everyone at work uses that phrase to describe such egg my boyfriend and I exchanged documents and then went out to eat. Both still hold prestigious leadership positions in the House. There's this Tea Party representative who served 4 terms. Almost no one knows this because he got the records expunged, but during his first campaign, he found out his 13-year-old daughter bought thong underwear and he strangled her. She survived and he was charged, but the charges were dropped and expunged. He's still in office. Was working manual labor in a plant up in Detroit. We made various components for the big 3 car companies. Standard issue safety equipment at this plant was Kevlar gloves, as most of the extruded/punched steel parts were razor sharp. so wearing them was mandatory. Problem was we had a manual reaming station, basically a giant drill press that shaved the inside of these metal tubes. As most people know, rule of rotary devices is not to wear gloves or anything on your hands/wrists that can get caught up in it. But our safety manager was adamant that no matter what the machine you were on, you needed to wear the Kevlar gloves. One day, everyone is doing their thing, stamping, welding, etc. when a piercing shriek comes from the reaming station. A good number of us run over to see what's going on. And there in front of me, the reaming drill press, still spinning with a mangled tangle of gloves, bones, skin and a foot of tendon whipping around in circuits, spattering blood everywhere around it. And on the floor the operator clutching what's left of his hand, still pulsing blood out of it, and screaming bloody murder. Someone looped a belt around his forearm to stem the flow of blood, and he got rushed to the ER. There was an investigation, and instead of admitting where we faked up, they merely decommissioned that station. Mentioned nothing about the incident. From then on forward no one saw or heard from the guy that got injured after that. He wasn't well known, but he straight up disappeared after that. Some years later I spotted him at a gas station as he rolled up in a Mercedes. Wasn't sure if it was him till I noticed he was missing 3 fingers. Crazy stuff. I was hired around December 14th a few years ago as a consultant. On my second day the employees had a Christmas party. I wasn't invited, which I didn't care, but when the party was over they kind of remembered they should have invited the consultants. We were like 9. They come to us and say, hey, we forgot to invite you, feel free to come in. There's food left. We walk in, and there's like a few cheese cubes, a handful of broken crackers and a what I suspect was watered down punch. Most people already left for home, and we were really insulted. Yes, we are consultants, but we are not gonna eat the leftovers. That's when someone said we should do our own Christmas party, just the consultants. We went in a different boardroom, ordered food as 2 guys left for like 30 minutes. They came back with wine and plastic cups. We are not supposed to drink alcohol at work, unless approved by a director. One of the consultants had maybe like 2 glasses of wine. He was drunk. Like insulting people, making huge emotional speech drunk. He insisted on hugging our big boss as she was leaving. At some point it was so awkward most of us just left. We come in the next day and 5 managers are waiting for us to explain what happened. I was kind of confused, but they showed me the room. Apparently when he realized everybody left him alone he got really angry and started throwing food and kicking cubicle walls down until security got him. There was an internal investigation. I was the only one to keep my contract. First day working at a supermarket stocking shelves. It was a teenage, 16 to 18, crew mostly, about 10 of us. We all went to the back room and they showed me how cool it was to throw those cans of concentrated juice, the ones you add to water, and fill a container, at the wall, dry wall. So they're throwing probably a couple dozen, juices faking everywhere, and there's holes in the walls. They go to hand me a can and I just said something like, nah, it's okay, it's my first day. Later on when it was break time they all ordered deli meats and bought bread. Half the guys got deli meat that was rung up incorrectly, much lower weight, and some of the guys had cashiers just skip over some of their items. I was a dork that paid for mine as it was. Finally at the end of the night these guys went on the room and dropped 3L, yes, the giant 3L bottles of soda into the parking lot. It was mayhem. Customers running for their lives, screaming, soda everywhere. They even threw it out their car windows while we were all leaving the parking lot after. I didn't participate. Next day one of the guys was called into management and ratted out the whole crew. They asked if I had done it, and he said I was the only one who wouldn't participate. They all got fired, and some were fined for destruction of property for the back room. It was the craziest thing, out of Bizarro World or something. And that's the story how I was now the highest ranking grocery clerk. Not current job, but past job. We had this guy, let's call him Mike, who worked in the mail room. Mike was kind of a weird dude to begin with. He was always saying weird sheets to people and acted kind of scarily. He was literally a Danny McBride character. Anyway, after sexually harassing several of the female cowhawkers, upper management finally caught wind of this guy's behavior and decided that he was liability and was fired on the spot. They escorted him off the premises and he was super pissed off. Fast forward to the following Monday. I got into the office Monday morning. As part of our procedure, you had to enter through the lobby before passing the next security checkpoint to enter the main office. This lobby was never locked because it was shared with us and another business. I walked into the lobby with another cowhawker and couldn't believe what we saw. There was shit everywhere. It was on the walls, it was on the ceiling, it was all over the desk and chairs and computer in the front. Just thinking of it brings back that smell. It wasn't fresh, it had been a couple days since it happened, and the stink was throughout the entire floor. To this day, I have no idea where this guy came upon this much shit, but to exact his revenge, he decided to just smear it across the entire lobby because he knew that on weekends, the lobby was always open and nobody came into the office on Saturday or Sunday. I immediately called my manager and tried not to laugh while explaining what I saw. It was quickly decided that the office would be closed while someone was called in to clean up the aftermath. As for Mike, they found him and he was arrested. We all got a 3-day vacation from work while they deshitified the office. Pretty shortly after that, they had a keycard installed on the lobby door and they installed a video camera. That camera, it was forever known, as it is to this day, as the Mike Cam. Edit. Formatting. We had a lady bust through our 8-foot fence gate at 7 in the morning. She was driving one of those ugly-ass Explorers with a truck bed. The vehicle was full of random sheet-like suitcases, mail, clothes and a couple laptops. She hopped out that bitch mean as fuck, talking about a generator she needs to pick up for a bounce house she was getting for a kid's birthday party. You know the phrase about that life. She was bout it like Master P in the 90s. She makes her way into the building from a side entrance and begins marching down the center aisle of our shop. She finds a supervisor's secretary and starts spitting out demands. Meanwhile, the supervisor is 10 feet away in his closed office having a morning meeting with his shop lead. She barges in that bitch hotter than a popsit and plops her ratcheters right down on his desk. Supervisor tells his secretary to call the cops. She promptly jumps up, sprints to the secretary with her flip-flops flopping, grabs the desk phone and Brett Favre's that her into the wall. At this point I guess she feels she made her point and walks out of the office. Parts manager is walking around telling people the facility is on lockdown. The lady disappears for about 5 minutes. Only her and God know what the fuck she was doing in that time. I walk out to the yard, and by this time a small army of employees has gathered around her car. Talks begin about blocking her in, subduing her, even a little I ain't above knocking a crazy bitch out. Q Genghis Khan. She walks out of the building spewing all manner of insults and defamation. Y'all don't even know, he jet in y'alls, as, he done hit that damn generator. He gon' think twice, before he fuck over another chick again. Apply your own deductive reasoning as to what her motive for her actions were. The company now has an off-duty cop working as a security guard during the day. Edit, grammar and whatnot. TLDR, an epic reply to all war between transgender employee and a raging as hat in accounting. Why is it always accounting? Last job I had was at a fairly big organization, but we all still knew each other at least by face. Someone in upper management decided that a mailing list for the entire organization was in order, mostly for asinine daily announcement emails. One day we get an email on the list from someone in purchasing letting us know in the most practical terms imaginable that their company email was changing to Loretta at whatever, which was only notable because Loretta had previously been George, neither of which were the actual names. This was handy info because Loretta handled a lot of our technical vendor contracts, and her email suddenly not working would have probably thrown the place into a mass hysteria type chaos. For all the faults my old company had, I've got to say that I was pleasantly surprised that this wasn't intense gossip fodder, just sort of a row, okay then reaction. Then a reply comes in from this ashat in accounting that I'll call Marsha. Marsha was the most tremendous bitch imaginable and easily the least liked person at the company, but she was inexplicably the shio's favorite, so she stayed. Anyway, Marsha sends this absolutely scathing reply to Loretta about how she doesn't need to tell the whole company the details of her sex life and how this was not the appropriate use for the company email list. Then we get a second reply from Marsha. Judging by the content, it kind of sounded like Loretta had called her or emailed her privately and said, "Hey, I'm sorry I offended you. I just wanted people to have my new contact info." Marsha's second reply begins with something like, "That was a very empty apology. You weren't sending your new contact info, you were being sexually inappropriate." It then, surprisingly, didn't go into a "oh my god sinful lifestyle" rant, but rather a "I guess this is why you've been slipping up on X, Y, and Z financial things and I've been having to correct your work and blah blah blah." I guess that was the last straw for Loretta, because then she did a reply to all that, if I remember right, began with "how dare you," and went on to address some of Marsha's shitty accounting practices. These emails go back and forth for about an hour, and every time the Grapwise notification goes off it was incredibly exciting, less for the drama and more because we were stoked that someone was finally tearing into Marsha. The last email that came was from Loretta and accused Marsha of having an affair with the CEO, which, if true, would have shocked nobody. When the mail stopped, there was a lot of speculation about people getting sacked. One of the guys I worked with who knew her better went to check on Loretta to make sure Marsha hadn't gone down there and started a fist fight with her. The ending was pretty anticlimactic in that nobody lost their job. About 6 months later, Marsha apparently got divorced, which we only heard about because she started interjecting in every conversation she could how hard it was to be a single parent. But it was 2 hours or so of popcorn grade holy shit level drama that was the most exciting thing to happen since the infamous octopus in the toilet incident that had happened before I got there. I worked banquets in a large hotel in my hometown. We had a plated dinner for 400 VIP guests. When I say VIP, I mean politicians and foreign dignitaries. This was only my second week on the job, so I was still trying to get used to carrying a serving tray. Anyways, at the end of each course, servers were responsible for clearing their 3 tables. We would do this by loading everything onto our trays and carrying them through the ballroom, which was tightly packed, back into the service area. Unfortunately for me, I was in the far back of the room, so I had the most distance to cover with my tray. After the salad service, I got my first 2 tables cleared without incident. As I got my last table cleared and loaded my tray, I realized I had forgotten to clear a large carafe full of ranch dressing. I grabbed it, placed it on the back end of my tray, and proceeded to run my tray back to the service area. As I got to the service area and began to take things off my tray, I realized the carafe of dressing had tipped over and was now empty. I didn't think anything of it, finished clearing my tray, and headed back out to my tables. On the walk back, I realized where all the ranch dressing had gone. I had left a trail of it on the backs and in the hair of almost every person that I had walked by. I had also left a large trail of it on the floor. As you can imagine, I was pretty horrified. I had to go to each one of these people and tell them what had happened. Most of them hadn't even realized. Even if these people weren't VIP guests, I would have been scared, but I think the fact that many of them were senators and such made it worse. I got made fun of for years after that. Even now, when I go back, people that I never worked with know the story. It's crazy. I've got a good on. This was a few years ago. I work in a call center in the UK for an ISP. The day started off as normal, talking to customers, watching the TVs, etc. All of a sudden, people are talking about rumors of bombs and the police outside. Suddenly I notice all the team managers are all scurrying about looking a bit worried. This carries on for about 20 or so minutes until finally the wallboards, digital displays on the walls showing call stats and metrics, flash up asking for silence. Then room goes quiet, some people still on calls still though. The operations manager then says, "Right, there's been a bomb threat to the building. Can everyone please follow the fire exit routes out and instead go round the car park and down the road to the end of the street?" So people ate milling out the building, me personally making jokes and laughing at the situation. We end up down the road, stood on the only patch of grass on this industrial estate. We hang out there for an hour or so before being told to walk round to the pub, which is only a stone's throw from the back of the call center as is, where we got fed and non-alcoholic drinks. After a bit longer, those on an early shift got sent home. All in all, a good day. A few days later it came to light that a disgruntled ex-technician, who was also a former army disposal guy, called the threat in. Also it came to light that the company was aware of the threat about 2 hours before we were evacuated. Edit. Found the local news story. http://thenorthernecho.co.uk/ My old company went through some serious upheaval during the dot-com crash, and all the qualified senior and middle management had jumped ship at this point. The result was a lower manager with zero experience ended up as CEO because there was literally nobody willing to take the job. The CEO's first hire was a total disaster. A young, 20-something-year-old raging alcoholic with horrible people skills. He faked up constantly, but because he was her first hire, he always got a pass because the new CEO didn't want to admit her first action as CEO was total shit show. Fairly quickly, the new guy realized he was protected from up high and kicked the bullshit into fifth gear. He would show up at other reps' client dinners sheet-faced, sit down, order more booze, abuse their clients, then stumble away, leaving the rep to cover his bar tab and try to salvage the sale. He took out a $400 cash credit from the hotel he was staying at to fund a night out at bars and claimed it as the team building dinner. You get the idea. So a round of layoffs come, and I get my sorry, but we have to let you go letter from ours. It sucks, but it's part of life. Then I look at the greeting and realize that they gave me alcoholic boy's letter instead of mine. Dude is at his desk in his office, reeking of booze, completely unaware of the layoffs as his hours hadn't gotten to him yet. So I walk over and show him the letter and tell him as a heads up on my way out the door. Words get back to me that the guy goes ballistic. Think of frat boy drunken rage in a corporate setting. Dude trashed everything in his office, flipped over desks, knocked down cubicles, trashed his computer, the whole 9 yards. Cops get called. He gets evicted, and they ended up hiring security for a month because everyone was so afraid he was going to come back with a gun and go postal. I'm late to the party, but maybe someone will get a chuckle out of this. I worked in a fast food chicken place that is very popular in the southern US. They're known for their chicken sandwiches and their fillets. Anyway, I wasn't at work the day this happened, but I heard about it. One of the kitchen guys was a bit of a hothead. His mom worked there too, and they would occasionally have typical mother/son fights in front of the workers. The guy, we'll call Steve, was usually the instigator. Now, he didn't interact with customers because of this. He was usually nice to other cowhawkers and could batter up chicken breasts ridiculously fast. One day, the manager asked him to do something. Steve said no. The manager said, "Excuse me?" And Steve said, "I ain't doing that shit anymore. I'm tired of it." The manager said, "Well, if that's the case, don't come back tomorrow." Steve proceeded to start yelling profanities at everyone in the kitchen, took off his shirt, and stormed out of the back. Luckily, he was gone by time anyone went outside. Funnily enough, the owner/operator had borrowed a pair of pants from the manager. So the owner/operator got the manager's keys and put them in his car. For some reason, the manager thought Steve had taken off his pants, broken into his car, and left the pants as a kind of warning. So he was checking all around his car to make sure Steve wasn't about to jump him. The owner/operator came out and asked what he was doing, and they both had a good laugh once the owner/operator explained the pants situation to him. Also, the mom kept working until after I left. I work at a trucking company, and our old accounting manager was running a ComCheck scam where he was cashing the extra money left over on ComChecks and keeping it for himself. He did this for a couple years, and they were for various amounts, ranging from $5 to over $100. Every day he went to the bank to make what we all thought was a receivables deposit, but it ended up that he was cashing these ComChecks. The best part of it was how we caught him. He was a real prick that thought he was smarter than everyone, and when he was leaving for his vacation, he told me that before we issued new com checks to a driver, that we need to search for com checks that we issued but never used and give the drivers the numbers. This would in turn generate a larger pool for him to have access to. This struck me as odd, since anyone can issue a com check and the prick had always told us he contacts our comdata rep to cancel out old com checks. If he was cancelling them, why would he need me to reissue the old com checks? My manager and I started looking through our old comdata reports and started to find his scheme. The key to this scam was that our report we ran daily would only show the initial amount cash, so whenever he cashed in the remaining amount it wouldn't show on our report. Allow this to go completely unnoticed unless you went into the website and looked at individual com checks. Since he was the one that ran the report, he was only one looking at them in the website. All we saw when he sent it to us every day was the initial encashment of the check. The dude was on vacation for 2 days and the entire time he was gone, we went back uncovered over $25,000 worth of com checks that he skimmed money from. We started looking at the receivables deposits and found that he was having people that owed us money pay via com check rather than by check or EFT and zeroing out the balance, so it looked they owed us no money. My favorite part of the story is, as soon as our owner found, he flew into town to meet the scammer when he got back from his vacation. We had over 100 pages of reused com checks with his name on it that were part of the scam. The owner called him into the conference room and just had one page for $40 and asked him to explain why he cashed a com check. Thinking that this one page had to be an anomaly and that we wouldn't be able to catch him, he smugly replied that he bought the office lunch since we had some money left over on a com check. The owner says, "That's understandable. Do me a favor and explain these." The owner drops the entire stack of printed com checks on the desk, making the largest thud I have ever heard in my life. The dude went completely ghost white and just replied that he couldn't. He was fired that day. How the owner had mercy to not press charges is beyond me, but he didn't. Also, this douche is a serial redditor and is probably reading this right now, so hey Ivan. I work in a downtown public library. There are lots of incidents. We had someone stabbed outside the building and then stagger into the lobby and die. We had a gentleman using our public computers run around the floor removing all of his clothing and then continuously bash his skull into a cement pillar. But the one that left a lasting impression in my mind, only because I was actually employed here while it happened, was this one. This is copied and pasted directly from our incident reports. I'm removing specifics to keep it anonymous. At about 8:20 p.m. I was coming from the back hallway, going towards the staff elevator. I heard a noise coming from unnamed administrator's office door. This office requires badge access through multiple doors to get to. As I approached I found the door ajar and noticed the lights were out. I opened the door, and as I did I was face to face with a woman inside the front entrance of unnamed administrator's office. I didn't recognize her, so I asked if she worked here. She said she was a new shelver and was looking for a bathroom. I walked her down to the staff lady's room. I came downstairs to ask unnamed hiring manager if she had any new staff fitting her description. She didn't think it was one of her staff. At the same time I filled officer, we have an officer on duty all day every day, in on her description, and asked him to stop her if she came down the main elevators. Unnamed hiring manager and I came up to the 5th floor to see if in fact it was one of her staff. We found her still in the bathroom. She had closed the back door and actually locked herself in. Unnamed hiring manager asked her if she worked for the library, and she said she was just hired and worked at the unnamed branch location, and her last name was Smith. Changed the name, but there was an actual person at that location with that last name. Unnamed hiring manager asked her to come with us downstairs so we could talk it over. I asked the officer to get involved and hold her until we could get this story sorted out. Unnamed detective on duty stopped her and proceeded to inquire who she was and why she was on 5th floor in a staff area in a closed office. After some time she told us she was lying about working for the library. The officer said she would be trespassed and also arrested for loitering and prowling. When asked if she had anything in her purse that she had stolen, she said a red cleaning rag. She said she needed for a ritual, but it was no good anymore, since we had touched it. The officer asked what kind of ritual. Her response: not everyone prays to God. So here's my 2 cents on the matter. This happened 20 minutes after we were closed in a location that patrons probably have absolutely no idea exists. How she got through the multiple locked doors is beyond me. She seemed to give really specific information left out of this incident report, like she had obsessively done research about our staff, locations, and job titles and duties. I wish I could include her image. We take a picture of everyone we trespass because she has the most absent look in her eyes and this really unsettling half smile. A lot of weird stuff happens where I work. We all work really closely with predominantly homeless men coping with cognitive, emotional, and developmental disabilities. After my 4 years working here thus far, I feel like I have been so fully prepared for every social event that could ever happen to me. Due to ridiculous budget cuts and management furnishing themselves with cushy jobs at the expense of much needed developers and admin staff for an incredibly critical social services system, a crash happened, one that should have been impossible to happen, but did, resulting in the loss of the data for about 4,000 at-risk people. These were people with mental health issues, homeless people, kids with cunts for parents, and women who get beaten up by their spouses. All that data down the drain. Completely irretrievable. The lead of the team whose responsibility it was for the upkeep of this system was fired, even though he was doing his job to the best of his abilities, only to be taken back the next week on a much higher salary when he showed that he could prove the reason for the failure was because management had fired so many business critical staff without regard for the criticality of their roles. It promptly got covered up, and all those involved managed to save themselves from any comeuppance. In the end, we had to rely on the diaries and personal records of a few hundred social workers to build back the database, whilst spending hundreds of thousands getting contractors in to repair the system. All told, there was a shortfall of between 200 and 300 people. People no one knew existed anymore. People who desperately needed the help of our social services. I still can't believe it never made the news, but if a baby P situation happens because of it, a few of the system's support people have all the names of the cunts who maliciously covered it up, and whose ultimate fault it was, because they, very illegally, copied all the email conversations they'd had about it. I haven't worked there for a few years now, but wouldn't be surprised to see it hit the papers at some point. Mega Super Monster Ho. In 1991, during the Desert Storm, one of the girls I grew up with was married to a soldier, so she decided to cheat on him while he was stuck in the sand. She was constantly blowing guys all over the store, behind it, on the side parking lot, and in the front parking lot. She was on the side of the main road on the hood of her friend's Trans Am in broad daylight of an abandoned Dairy Queen parking lot, getting faked with a crowd of no less than 15 guys circling the car. I confronted her when she got back from lunch. That's what she did for lunch, and she offered to blow me. At the company softball game, she blew at least 16 opposing players in the restroom in the Virginia Tech Wendy's bathroom. She faked at least 60 other guys I knew about. When her husband got home, he was mad as hell, trying to beat the shit out of one bagger that may have faked her. I calmed him down by telling him that if the bagger had faked her, then he was just one of 1,000. I assured him that none of his friends faked her, and that she was out of control. Just divorce her and move on. He was drunk all night, and I had to escort the bagger to his car, but nothing happened. He came in and apologized to the women and his friends for how he was screaming mad over the hoe. Everyone understood. She quit and started work at Burger King. I refused to stop at that Burger King still today, 24 years later. No telling how long her special sauce would stay alive in that place. She's a big Christian now, always the first to judge women as sluts and hoes. He's doing okay, having trouble with that Gulf War syndrome still. No man deserves to have his wife act like that, especially at a time of war, where he's in it. That was the biggest story of my time at a grocery store in the early 90s. We were in Vegas for our yearly kickoff. We are a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 100 company. This goes on for several days with lots of training, workshops, and networking. At night, different lines of business throw parties and have dinners. After one of these, one of the guys has a hookup at a hotel, got a whole top floor at the Bellagio or one of those, don't want to say, and the event moved there and seemed official. So, the whole line of business shows up, thousands of people. There is drinking, drugs, sex, hookers, probably even a donkey in there somewhere. Anyway, some people complained, and word got to ours. The guy who threw the party had a legal background, even though we are not a legal company. He was even a prosecutor in his previous life. Anyway, HR is questioning him, and he can tell they are trying to fire him, and looking for grounds. He says to the woman in ours, to go back to legal, and ask them about it being a formal company event. And since there were many, they would have to fire everyone there, including an EVP who was there, if they try and fire him. Needless to say, it stopped in its tracks. He got a warning from ours instead, and so did everyone, and to never talk of it. The yearly Vegas kickoff event was cancelled and no one has been back to Vegas in the last 7 years for that kind of event. I have since left the company, but it's what my former colleagues tell me. Anyway, it's not something anyone talks about. We just refer to it as that thing that happened. Late to the party, but I worked at a gun range for a while and there were tons of these. I'll try to be brief. Manager was supervising a reloading machine and nearly had his head blown off when all the primers exploded in the tube. Same manager checking in a customer's shotgun almost has his head blown off again when he notices the shotgun is loaded and pointed at his face. Customer was told to not come back. We always had foreign tourists for some reason come in large groups. One such tourist, after shooting the rented gun, stares down the barrel of the loaded gun with her finger on the trigger. Old man has a shotgun set to bump fire and it jams. Aims at the floor trying to unjam it and goes off shredding his legs with the ricochet. A short in the alarm system called the cops with guns drawn, thinking the place was being robbed. They pinned down everyone on the premises until convinced everything was fine. One guy came in and committed suicide, was polite enough to blow his brains out downrange. Customer comes after shooting and sets his rented AR-15 on the table with his finger on the trigger, safety off, pointed at me. I step to the side and take it from him to find it was loaded as well. One accidental jerk and he would have gut shot me. Not worth minimum wage to say the least. So this took place when I was a relatively new hire, 3 months deep at my current job. We have a bathroom at work, as they notoriously do, and it is at the corner of the building and rather narrow. Benefit to this is the abundance of windows letting in natural lighting. Thinking on the throne is that much more productive, but I digress. Anyway, the way the bathroom is laid out is it has all of the waste catchers on the same wall as the entrance, with the two places being closest to the door on the right as you walk in. Also, there is a 1-foot plastic divider perpendicular to the wall right as you walk in, so people can't see your dumb when you piss. I always found it odd that people still pissed in the stalls when there were 2 perfectly usable urinals available. So for 3 months I got into the habit of walking in and immediately rounding the plastic divider and reaching for my zipper to do my business all in one fluent motion. One unfortunate day, a coworker had already been marking his territory in my usual spot. I didn't know until I rounded the corner, reaching for my zipper, and basically checked him into the wall. I jumped back immediately, and to my surprise he cursed "Fuck, not again." Me being awkward, I started cracking up. He started laughing. Some dude firing one out in the stall started laughing. Good old time. Thank God everyone had a sense of humor. I worked at a bank that sold mortgage products to people that probably didn't need to refinance. I was in the fulfillment department, which is not as fulfilling as you expect. You basically made copies of things and sent out envelopes of forms for people to sign and filed everything after processing. As the economy started to stumble a bit, everyone in the office was invited to a team building lunch at the hotel across the street. After we ate, there was a ridiculous sales hype video to get the sales staff excited about their jobs, with what was supposed to be funny footage of people in the office. It ended up being really awkward and weirdly focused on the attractive women in the office. At one point, the video showed the boss interviewing one of the sales staff, teasing her and putting her on the spot to describe him with a word. The girl in the video was smart and said she couldn't think of anything. In this moment, I thought, here's your chance, so I loudly said something like, "How about narcissist?" Nobody laughed. The room fell completely silent, and then the video ended with footage of the boss telling lame jokes. The next day the boss pulled me into his office. This guy thought of himself as a fun boss. He was the kind of guy that had a razor scooter to push around the office once a week while he razzed the employees. He wore a football jersey over his shirt and tie on Fridays during the season. He really thought he was this laid back guy. So there I am, standing in front of him, while he squeezes one of those stress toys where the eyes pop out, and he asks me, "Do you like working here?" I didn't even hesitate. I said, "I like my paycheck." He paused, thought for a second, and then told me to leave. For the rest of the week, everyone acted like I was going to lose my job, but nothing happened. And I've been waiting for this. I work in marketing, and on our floor we handle 2 competing clients. As a result, there's a lot of measures set up, so sensitive information doesn't get leaked to each other. The most obvious thing is the wall that was put up months ago. However, the wall also meant that the women's washroom was now on the other side, the side we were not allowed on. As a fix, my side designated the handicap washroom on our side as the new women's washroom. One man took serious offense to this. We'll call him Rafi. Rafi complained to ours and all our managers about favoritism and sexism and blah blah. They shouldn't be entitled to a handicap room. Ours and all of us ignored him and let him rant. However, 2 weeks into the new bathroom situations, the girls start complaining about hygiene issues in the new bathroom. Turns out someone has been disrespecting some serious ceramic and leaving the evidence. Every day for almost 2 weeks, women are using the bathroom, finding huge dumpers in the toilet. Management set up some secret cameras out front to bathroom door and found out that Rafi had been coming in the office after hours to leave some hefty donations. One day we say 3 managers walk him out while he was screaming it isn't right. And now, we have the Rafi poop incident. Quotteth the register. Former Nortel Networks sales exec Amanda Holt meowed like a cat on a mile-high set romp, a court heard yesterday. Holt, who has since been sacked from her £90,000 a year job at Nortel, embarked on the session with total stranger David Machin on a transatlantic flight in October. The two, both married, were consumed by lust at 35,000 feet after getting suzzled on a mixture of wine, brandy and port while traveling from Dallas to Manchester. They were fined a total of £2,250 yesterday after Manchester Crown Court heard how the shameless pair came within a cat's whisker of joining the Mile High Club. With the lights dimmed on American Airlines flight AA-10, Holt stripped to her bra and knickers, fondled herself while dangling her legs by the ears of the shocked elderly passenger in front, and buried her face in Machin's crotch. Fellow passenger Brian Carter said yesterday her blouse and trousers had been removed. She was kneeling on the seat with her back to the window and Mr. Machin had his hand inside her knickers. According to Carter, another passenger heard noises which she took to be from a child misbehaving and meowing noises coming from behind her. She was expecting to see a child, but she turned round to see Mrs. Holt. The ex-Nortel employee solicitor, Peter Burkett, said Holt had been working very long hours on and had not eaten since breakfast on the day in question. It was not specified what she ate on the flight. Nortel sacked Holt from her sales job and withdrew her £15,000 share options after the incident. She has not worked since, but wrote a letter of apology to the airline. Holt was fined £1,000 with £700 costs, and Machin was fined £1,250 with £400 costs. The pair escaped a possible 2 years in jail when charges of outraging public decency were dropped. I worked there at the time, but didn't know those involved. I worked at a fast food place that was open until 3 AM. We had a really cool crew of people who worked hard, got shit done, then smoked bowls after work in the parking lot. Good times. The manager was cool as fuck. He would always toss some nugs or beer our way after a shift, if it was a rough one and we kicked ass. Anyway, one of the female employees really liked him a lot, and she had been attempting to flirt with him at work and failing miserably. Fast forward a few months, and we are all at work late during a bad storm. Nobody is coming in the restaurant, 0 customers for about an hour and a half, just the occasional delivery, but even those were few and far between. We find out it's the manager's birthday, so one of the drivers went and grabbed a bottle of booze for the in-shoppers, since we were stuck there doing nothing. By about 2 AM, we proceed to pass the bottle around while we wait for 3 AM to happen so we could leave. Everything had been put away and cleaned. The female employee who has a crush on the manager is clearly a lightweight. She brings me aside and slurs into my ear, "Hey, send redacted into the cooler in exactly 1 minute. I have a surprise for him." So when a minute goes by, we let him know there's a present for him in the cooler. We all follow him, curious to see what it was, and when he opens the cooler door, she is in there, 100% naked. We had no idea it was a private thing. She failed to mention it, so we are all standing there with our jaws on the floor trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. Meanwhile, he's pushing us back, and he closes the door. We hear some loud talking, then we hear his voice loudly declare him faking gay. How do you not know this by now? She runs out of the cooler, partially clothed and clutching the remainder to herself to cover up, and goes into the bathroom to finish dressing. We were all stunned. Not one of us had a problem with him being gay, nor did we feel he had some responsibility to inform us, but we were all kind of surprised we hadn't figured it out. Initially, we were all in denial, like, no, he must have been just saying that, because she wouldn't take no for an answer otherwise. But once we realized he was serious, our thoughts turned to the mortified naked girl in the bathroom. She came out, grabbed her coat, and ignored us when we told her it was no big deal. Then she went out the back door and walked home. The following day, she didn't show up for work and never came back to the restaurant. She was a freshman at a dorm nearby, and prior to that we would often see her walking by in the morning on the way to school, but after that day we didn't see her at all, like anywhere in town. So we were left wondering if she was so ashamed she dropped out or maybe started taking long route to class. I have 2 incidents. Worked at an appliance company as a clerk. We had our boss, office manager, and then the store manager who worked together. Both were complete assholes in different ways. Would give herself the early shift, never do a thing, and then when one of us came in to relieve her, she'd leave right away, even though she was scheduled for a few more hours. I found this to be odd after a while, because we didn't make great money, but she was very well dressed, designer clothes and all, but constantly leaving early and pissing the rest of the clerks off because we had to do twice the work. Meanwhile, SM was well known in the company and customers loved him. He was honestly a huge jerk, especially when he had mood swing days. We all knew to keep away from him. I had a piece of gum in my mouth one day and he came to scream at me for a good 5 minutes in front of a customer as to why it's rude for me to chew gum in front of a customer. Anyway, I was close to an assistant manager who told me he was catching on to some fishy stuff going on with the inventory. Some TVs were coming up missing. It went from a few to over 20 with no purchase history of them. Few days later, SM gets fired. Turns out he had a major gambling problem and was giving away TVs to his bookie as payment for his debt. He ended up owing the company about 20k. He had been doing it for years. When a short time after that was found out, gets called in. They find out she's been adjusting her hours to make it seem like she's working till her shift ends, but in reality, had been leaving early and just gotten paid as though she were there. SM was clocking her out sometimes. TLDR, store manager pays his bookie with stolen TVs and owes the company 20k. Office manager gets fired because she was stealing hours from the company. They were in slight cahoots.